There we go. How is everybody doing? Let me get my stuff set up. Always have to do this right when we start. Okay. So we're going to do the 29th and the 30th of June. And we're going to see what we can do here. Let's do June 29th first. And then the 30th. So Tuesday and Wednesday. Sorry about my throat clearing, guys. See what we can get here. Just gonna shuffle these cards up. Oh, forgot to light the incense. Hold on. 1 second here. You have to really light these ones because they like to burn out. Hey, Angela, how are you doing? How was your weekend? Let's get these all shuffled up here. Doing good. Did a workout today and just kind of chilled. Kind of a chill day. Just kind of hanging out at home, which I do enjoy. All right. Let's do one more on this one, and then let's move on to the other pile here. The other card pile, I mean. To shuffle. Is it still burning? Okay, we're good. We're good. The incense is lit. Hey, Ty, how's it going? How was your weekend, buddy? Okay, let's do this. There we go. So let's move on to this pile here. All right, we'll shuffle these ones for a bit here. There we go. That sounds literally like how my weekend was. Starting to be productive too. I still did a little work. Had a person. Oh, thank you, Angela. A person that I consider a mentor of mine. I'm so sorry about the throat clearing, guys. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. And if you guys will notice, I did change the the price down here. So, yeah. I tend to spend a lot of time on you guys, so I can't do a ton of readings. I've realized this. I can't do a ton of readings because I spend my time on one reading. I spend a little while on one reading. So I'm doing this to kind of reflect that, so hopefully I can make a little bit more. But yeah, so hopefully you guys understand that. And again, Angela, thank you for the donation. Okay. So we'll do pile 1 and pile 2. See what we get here. And let me put you on the list here, Angela. Hold on. You know, you think you have a pencil, and then you realize you don't. And that is what I'm in the process of. Hold on, hold on. Okay, Angela, thank you. Thank you for for understanding that. I appreciate that. And Angela is first on our list. Okay, we're going to do the kind of the daily generals first. And then after that, we'll go into your questions. So hopefully you're okay with that, Angela. You know how we do around here. So let's get started. All right, so pile 1, pile 2, you guys can pick if you want. If not, I'm just going to start with pile 1. So let's see what we got here. Okay, pile 1. Here's what we got, yeah. We have, so this would be for Tuesday, so this is tomorrow. 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael in reverse. 8 of coins. Hey, Gigi. How are you doing? Mother of Swords. So do you mean with my generals from the last one? Did you watch that one? Because the generals on the last one were about money. Almost completely. I've never done a reading where it was strictly finances. Usually there's something else in there. Oh, awesome. That's really cool. Fellow balloon artist. That's really cool. Balloon, like making balloon animals and stuff like that. Mother of Swords. Okay. 8 of coins in reverse. And 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael in reverse. So, for Tuesday, for tomorrow, what we could have here is feeling like we're preparing for something, like really preparing for something, making sure we have everything in order. The Mother of Swords is, it's the Queen of Swords in any other tarot deck. This deck here, the Wild Unknown Tarot, likes to kind of play on words a little bit. So it's basically the Queen of Swords, and oh, okay, awesome. Awesome, okay, animals, backdrop, that's cool. That's really cool. So, Queen of Swords, 8 of coins in reverse, which we could feel like, so Tuesday could feel like maybe we're losing an opportunity for something, or maybe we're not able to study for something, we're not able to do something. And it generally has to deal with, when I see the 8 of coins, I see it as study and like learning something. It could also be housing, it could be kind of like maybe we lose out on a job, or maybe something comes up where we can't go to the job. So it could be something completely different that comes up, not necessarily us saying, oh, I can't do it, but maybe there being an emergency, something coming up for tomorrow. So kind of be on the lookout if that's the case, because to me, I see it as like not being able to do what we wanted to do tomorrow. So that's what I'm seeing. When we have the fourth chakra, Archangel Raphael in reverse, this could set us back emotionally. This could be something where we're not feeling quite right. Like we backed out of something we normally wouldn't have. We're doing something out of character. There's a fly in here. Hence why I'm doing this. It looks like I'm just really handsy. No. But that's what I'm seeing here. So we need to be, so this is an important part here. We need to be, and hey, Sefwa, how are you doing? We need to be productive with whatever we have in front of us at the time. So that means if plans change, we still allow ourselves, like, be upset, have things happen, but keep doing something else. Maybe we have a hobby, maybe we have something else. Instead of ruminating on what couldn't have happened or what isn't happening now, let's focus and be appreciative of what's kind of in front of us in the moment, in the now moment. So that's what I'm seeing here, you guys. So that's for Tuesday. Let's look at this next one here. Okay. Here is pile number 2. We have second chakra, Archangel Ariel. Just reading that word for just a second. When you're reading it upside down, your mind tends to play tricks on you. 8 of Wands. Okay. And the 9 of Cups. So the X in Roman numerology, anyway, in Roman numerals, the X is 10. If it's IX, it's 9. And if it's XI, it's 11. So it's kind of like the I is before the X, it's 1 before 10. Anyway, that's how I learn it. But so 9 of Cups, 8 of Wands, second chakra, Archangel Ariel in reverse. So on Tuesday, there could be a connection with somebody, and it could actually be what we feel like is a really strong connection. So it could be romantic, or it could be maybe finding someone who is into the same hobbies. It could be finding someone who is kind of in the same area in life we are. So not necessarily a romantic partner, although it could be that. But it could be possibly a one-night stand scenario too. So if we're not careful, we could have something like that happen, where I'm feeling like we would feel connected to this person. I don't feel like they necessarily would. So be on the lookout for scenarios where things seem to be moving way, way, way too fast. Like put the brakes on, because there doesn't need to be a hurry, right? Second chakra, Archangel Ariel in reverse, is what's having me think that. And generally it's a card about passion, and it's a card about it's passion. It can be hobbies, it can be different things, but the second chakra is a card that usually deals with passion, sexual energy. To me, it's a very strong card. And since it's water, it's more based on, to me also, it's more based on emotion. So it could just be that there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of things going on. So the 9 of Cups is emotional fulfillment. Okay. That's a really good card to have. The reason I read it the way I did was because this last one is in reverse. So it's making it feel like things will happen, things will be good, but maybe we're attaching too many expectations on the outcome of what could happen. Instead of enjoying the moment for what it is, maybe we're trying to turn it into something else. We're trying to futurize it, and we're not in the present moment. 8 of Wands is very, very fast-moving energy. That was why I was talking about taking it slow, because there can be a quickness with the 8 of Wands. And it's not just like a little quick, it's like fast, okay? 8 of Wands is a very high-power card. There's 8 of Wands is kind of similar to the Sun card's energy. Like, it's that powerful. So it's almost as strong as a major arcana, in my opinion. It's just a lot. It's very direct. It's very fast. That's what this card's known for. Also, for some of you, I'm seeing maybe a cast a cast being removed or something happening with a cast. And so I'm feeling like tomorrow could be a day where maybe a cast is being removed, or we're going to the doctor to have something taken off of us, or I don't know. That's what I was seeing. So that, to me, that was interesting. Thought I would share that. Um, okay, so that's what I've got so far. Let's move on to Wednesday here. Okay, let's get these all shuffled up. Shuffle it just a little bit. Because that's what I do, is a little bit of a shuffle. All right. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. Nice and chill, as Ty said. A nice chill weekend. I know I did. I'm a Taurus snake, and when I'm not busy being busy, I am just in a constant state of rest. So I do understand having a chill weekend. That is how I have my weekends for sure. Let's do this. And one more. There we go. Always moving, Aries rat. Ah, okay. Well, unless I'm on a conveyor belt, that's going to be the only way that I'm always going to be moving. So, I do prefer standing still. A good lot of the time. All right. Let me take a drink here, you guys. Oh, that's good. That is good. All right, so we've got pile 1 or pile 2. I haven't laid the cards out yet. You guys can decide if you want. If there's no say, we just go to pile 1. So you guys don't feel like you have to say anything if you don't, if you're not feeling drawn, because we'll just start with pile 1 anyway. So let's get these ready. Okay, so we are on to pile 1. So we have the Ace of Coins. So this is for Wednesday, you guys. We have the Ace of Coins in reverse. Okay. Then we have a woman holding a coin. She is upright, holding that coin. And then we have the Four of Wands. And to me, we see the Ace of Coins, so there could be on Wednesday. Angela says 2. We'll do the second one in a second. Okay. We'll do the second one here in just a little tiny bit. So we have Ace of Coins in reverse, woman holding a coin. Similar energies here, but what could be happening is, again, this feels like there could be, maybe something happens to one of us. Maybe something happens where we could be sick, because this is kind of another scenario here where Ace of Coins in reverse, woman holding a coin. We could be missing out on an opportunity to make money. There could be something coming up. Like I said, we're missing out on something. But I do feel like there could be something better coming along, too. There could be, because when I see the Four of Wands right here, this card, and it's upright. So this card is all about kind of like foundation, if you want to think of it like that, like stability, foundation. 4 is a very stable kind of number. So when we're talking about stability, it could be that we miss out on an opportunity, but here before too long we could have something else coming up. Or we miss out on an opportunity, we realize later it really wasn't something we wanted to do anyway. And we were just kind of following the crowd, or we felt like we had to do something. And so this could actually be a relief in feeling that this is something that kind of happened the way it needed to happen, right? So that's what I'm seeing here. We could also see it as maybe being envious of our friends, maybe being envious if our friends are making more money, or if things seem to come easier to them financially. There could be something with that too. There could be that we're envious of kind of their belongings. And I feel like that's kind of a hard one, right? Because envy is kind of an interesting emotion, but I feel like what we can do is when we're grateful for what we already have, then we can attract more to ourselves. If we're always looking at things and thinking we need more, then it's hard for us to focus on kind of bringing in that kind of energy. So I feel like we just have to be grateful for what we already have, which sounds a little weird, I know, but that's honestly what I'm thinking. And then this right here. So you guys, we have a few people online here, so I'll just put this out there. So I'm thinking of possibly doing a class in either August. It's either going to be August, October, or November, with a mentor that I've been going with, that I've been talking with, and learning some different things from. So we would be co-teaching. So I would teach some of it, and he would teach some of it. I'm curious if people are interested in learning psychic/mediumship development, if that is something people would be interested in, because it's going to be about 2 days. This first class that we're teaching together, it's going to be about 2 days long. I think there'll be longer courses, so it might be 4 hours a day during those 2 days. I'm not sure. It's going to be something where we're going to do a little bit more time. It's only going to be 2 days, because I told him I wanted to do a 6-week course, which would be 6 individual sessions. We would do one once a week for about 2 hours. And he's telling me he wants to do something where it's longer, but it's longer in time, but not in days, in like hours for each day. So it would be about $40 to attend this one. And it would be the two days like I was talking about to learn psychic mediumship development. Just because we're starting out and I want you guys to kind of get something out of it. So it would be, you guys let me know if that would be something you'd be interested in. I'm going to go to the second pile here. And yeah. So we have Knight of Swords, Two of Wands, and Yin Yang. And I'll show these cards to you. So here is Two of Wands. Gotta do it that way. Love the rainbow. That's cool, isn't it? Okay, so we have Two of Wands. All of these cards are upright. Two of Wands, Yin Yang. And Knight of Swords. So this is the only time we've had a signifier or something that could mean a person. So we could have a Aquarius, Libra, or Gemini coming up to us on Wednesday. We could have a situation where all of these cards are upright. So we could have a situation where there's 3 different interpretations of 2 here. We have the Two of Wands, and then the Yin Yang symbol, it has 22 on it as well. Or there's 2 interpretations of it. So to me, this is going to feel like a day. This is going to be a day where we're finding out kind of the duality aspect of life. So this could be a day where we find out something we really, really like. Maybe we're trying some new things. Maybe we're trying to find a hobby. Maybe we're trying to do something. I'm feeling like Wednesday could be a day where we really find something that we enjoy or something we're good at. So this, to me, is really interesting. And especially when we have the Two of Wands here, to me, there's passionate energy, but we could be divided in 2 different ways. Maybe what it is we want to do will not be accepted by people that are around us, and so that could be difficult because it's something that we are passionate about or it's something that's really fun to do. But, or maybe it requires us moving, or maybe there's something in our heads that's saying we want to do it, but something feels like it's blocking us from doing it. And so it could be that kind of energy, but like I said, we could also have a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius individual maybe coming into our life, and maybe they're even helping to guide this process. So I would say stay open-minded, be adaptable, right? Like let yourself be in the moment and live in each moment as you can. But to me, it's just going to be kind of a passion. It's going to be kind of this passion, and it's going to be something that you guys, I feel like, have been waiting for. So Wednesday, right? It to me feels like Wednesday is going to be a powerful day for kind of like manifestation in a way. So keep your eyes tuned to that day, and I think we're good. Okay, so let's move on here. All right, Angela, would you want to ask your question? Let's do this here. Angela's the only person in line, so if you guys want to get in line after Angela, and she's doing one question, so you guys are more than welcome. Okay, we did have some. Okay. All right, thank you guys. Okay, so let's see. So we'll do Ty. You are Ty. You're after Angela. I'm sorry. So you guys, I don't check my phone. I don't check my phone when I'm doing my generals. So I cannot see if you donated. So if you guys donate while I'm doing my generals, yeah, you're good. You're good. You guys donated. So it's Ty and then it's Gigi. So, or Gigi. So let me put you guys down on the list. But you guys did donate. I just don't see it until after I do my generals. So I didn't know you donated. Okay. So a general, Angela, you said? All right. Okay. Let's see what we can get here. Let me crack the old knuckles. General reading for Angela. Let's see what we can focus on for Angela. Okay. So we have Angela, and then Ty, and then Gigi, and then we are good. So I'm going by the time that you guys donated. Instead of like when you guys do it this way, I can see who donated before the other person. Unless you donated in the same minute, then we'll flip a coin. General reading for Angela. Let's see what we get here. Okay, Angela, so here's what I get. We get financial constraints in reverse, so that's good. Blossoming abundance in reverse, and then man holding a heart. So I'm feeling like, and you can tell me if this sounds right or wrong, but I'm feeling like possibly there could be a better money situation or some more money coming in. But when I see blossoming abundance in reverse, maybe it feels like there needs to be more, or it's just not enough right now. So we could be looking for something even better coming our way. But I am feeling like things are maybe going better that way. Hey, Christine, how are you doing? It's been a minute. But then I get this card here. So I get man holding a heart. And so it could be, because we talked about this, there could be something along the lines of maybe we're focusing on uh, trying to find love, or maybe we're focusing on trying to like get over love, or we're trying to focus on. Let me reposition myself here. Because when I see the blossoming abundance in reverse and then man holding a heart, this to me is saying that there could be someone trying to take us backwards, right? And we were talking about Stephen Friday. So there could be something like that. But I'm wondering here, has he reached out or has he tried to say anything? Because I remember what we talked about last time. Is he still trying to like get a hold of you or still trying to do anything like that? Can also draw some more cards here. Oh, okay. Okay. And so how did that go? Because I'm feeling, is it kind of mixed reactions here when I see blossoming abundance in reverse and then I see this upright? I'm feeling like, is he, how are you feeling towards him? Let me put it that way. Awesome, Christine. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. An hour or two. All right. Okay, so that explains then why I'm seeing blossoming abundance in reverse and then I'm seeing man holding a heart in reverse. So I feel like, Angela, are you kind of torn? Are you kind of torn? Because before we were talking about it and I felt like you were saying, and now I feel like you're more open to the idea. You discussed what happened. Okay. Hmm. You think you have an understanding. Okay, so that explains why I'm getting the cards that I got then. The man holding a heart, he's the only one that's upright. These other ones are not. So, and I wish you the best in that. I'll draw one more card, kind of seeing things. Okay, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing if he has his own place, and then you can really kind of suss out if he's changed or not. Awesome, because then you can see if he's actually changed, if there's a difference, because he has his own place. If there is something going on there, that to me, that's not a bad way to go as a possibility. But I'll draw another card here and kind of see, because I addressed the situation on how it is. I mean, I guess that is a general reading, though. It does feel like things are flowing to you better financially. That's what I'm feeling more than anything, is that it does feel like there seems to be something flowing, or there will be something flowing. You didn't say you believed him. Okay. I imagine, though, he's trying to wear you down. When you talk to someone, you know, sometimes they can try and wear you down, and they can try and slowly get their way back in, so to speak. Okay, and I can see what I can get here. I'll draw one card here, and I'll feel out kind of what we're getting. But ultimately, on this, I'm just gonna say this: no matter what the card is, Angela, just be safe in whatever it is you're gonna be doing, and just really be cautious. You know, nothing wrong with erring on the side of caution, so to speak. It just seems like a big character change in such a small amount of time. Something just seems suspicious, and but that's how I feel. But I'll draw a card here. I'll draw a card. Let's see what we get here for you, Angela. So I get this card here, Father of Cups in reverse. Okay, so Father of Cups in reverse. Do I feel like he's trying? This card here is like, this to me is an emotionally manipulative person. So I'm not seeing it as like, this person's changed. I feel like they're putting on a face to make you think they changed. But something tells me they would just kind of revert back to their old ways of being. Father of Cups in reverse is an emotionally manipulative person, and to me, I don't feel safe with that kind of energy. But I do feel like he's trying to show you that what he could be like, but I feel more like it's kind of like he's putting on a front, or he's putting on a face for you. Yeah, it just seems interesting. So I would just say be very, very careful with this energy. I know it probably gives us something to focus on, like a connection. It gives us something to focus on that could be fun, or it gives us something to, think about. But in this situation here, it does feel like, the leopard just changed his spots. He's still a leopard, but his spots are a little different now. So yeah, just be on the lookout. Okay, that's going to be my words of wisdom there, and just play it safe, which I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will, Angela. That's perfect too. It will be separate homes, and hopefully all that goes well, because then you can kind of see how things are. I'd say give it give it some time, but you should be able to see this person's true colors if they're going to act the same way. I would say within 2 or 3 months. Hopefully you guys have that long to, but I would say within 2 or 3 months you're going to see, if you see old patterns come back, if you see him being the same person, um, then that's definitely signs to get out, because it's just like they're showing you that they haven't changed. Believe it. Believe it when someone shows you things, right? It saves a lot of heartache down the road. Okay. Okay, Angela. Good. Good. Remain strong. Remain strong, okay? I think you got this. Definitely think you got this. You're very welcome, Angela. Very, very welcome. Okay, Ty, would you want to ask your question, my friend? And thank you guys for being cool with the new pricing and stuff. I appreciate that. I was a little nervous to try it, to be honest. But I used to, and this was a while ago, but I used to work for a telephone psychic line, right? And the amount they would charge per minute was insane. So it was $8 a minute. $8 a minute. That adds up pretty quick. And I had some people on the phone for 2 or 3 hours. And so I feel like this is pretty good pricing compared to what it would be to like call a psychic, unless you really want a 2-minute answer or something. But let me look at this here for Ty. So, I do, Ty. I get you. Give me 1 second here, and yeah, just give me 1 second. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. Hold on. Let's do this. Yeah, so I'll just say this. So I worked, I'm not going to say the exact company's name, um, but I worked for the company. The So I would make 50 cents off of that $8 a minute. So they take 750 of it, and you make 50 cents. So for every minute you're on the, that's $30 an hour if you're really good. And then you would get paid bonuses to get in so many hours. And it was a lot, you know. Maybe you can make it a bonus price. A bonus price, Ty? But, what was I going to say? Yeah, so that's how it worked. They would take 750. This was me being a telephone psychic. Okay, so my profile's on their website, right? Okay, you guys feel free to ask if you want to ask me a personal question, or if you want to do it that way. Yeah, go for it. Um, and I'll look at your question too, Ty. I'm just letting you guys know that that's how it is. And then if you do well, and doing well means that you go up the ranks and you can keep people on the phone for a really long time. So the psychics, the telephone psychics, they're not going to give you quick readings, because if they give you really quick readings, their ratings drop. And when their ratings drop, then they're out of the game. They don't get to be put on the front page of the website, and they don't get as many calls. So that's why, like, those are designed to suck you in, right? And some people I'd stay on the phone with for 2 or 3 hours, and that's a lot of money. And so it's just it's a messed up system. I do feel like this is much more fair, and I actually spend time with you guys. If you talk to me, you know, can't you see what other psychics they used and what they said? Um, not not sure what you mean by that one, Angela. I can't on the website that I was on, right, or on the telephone line that I was on. Um, you could see other psychics, like who are higher ranking and stuff like that. You could see the psychics, but you don't necessarily know what they said. It was an interesting time in my life. Oh, after someone pays for a certain number of readings, they can get 3 for $10 bonus. Hmm. Maybe I can think about that. On my Patreon, if you do, let's see. So on my Patreon, if you did the $20 a month tier, it's 50% off on all questions. So as long as you stay a patron for me, it's 50% off. So you could get 3 questions for $12.50, but you'd already have to pay $20 a month to be signed up on that. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so let's look here. You guys are more than welcome to check out the Patreon. If you get in on the $5 tier, so it's $5 a month, it's 30% off on the questions, just like what I'm saying down here. So this $1 or this question here would turn into a $7 question, and then yeah, you would save a little bit more money on the 3 questions as well. I think it would be 18 for 3. You're good, Ty. I understand. I appreciate suggestions. This isn't a dictatorship. I'm not going to get mad at you for making a suggestion or for saying, "Hey, what about this?" I welcome discussion, because that to me is progress. So you're fine. You're fine. I'm not mad about it. It's just something that, like, I've been doing it this way for about 3 months, 4 months. And for me personally, I feel like I'm worth a little more than what I was charging before. And because I would spend so much time on each person, it made it so that I would have to turn people down when I'm doing my lives. I'd have to be like, no, I can't do that. I can't do. So if I do this, you get more of my time. Okay, so Ty, let me get on to you, my friend. So Ty is wondering, he says, am I on the right journey? I'm starting to get things done now, but I feel like I'm in a fog that I'm getting over. But I'm thinking I already missed my shot in regards to my goals for the summer, my research, GRE exam, scholarship. Thank you, Ty. Okay, so you're wondering if you missed your shot, so to speak. So for a type A personality, because we talked about this, like you, I don't feel like you could miss the shot. I'm feeling like this is something where, are you thinking of possibly doing something else, or are you thinking everything's done here? Hey, buddy. And that was another reason I was going to tell you guys. My site right here, when I do these videos, I don't get ad revenue. Like, you know, YouTube, they may still play ads, but I don't see any of that. And the reason why is because it promotes those call centers that I was talking about. So that was another thing too, is that the ads on YouTube are really bad with that. So you're wondering if this is the right journey. I'm sorry if what I said was confusing. You're wondering if this is the right journey, and you're wondering if you missed your shot. So I was just kind of curious if you could clarify that a little bit more while I'm shuffling, because you said missed your shot, and then you listed some things, but I mean, there still seems to be plenty of time for the summer. What are there deadlines? Is that what you're talking about? I'll answer the question though, as you put it, instead of me asking that one. So let me look here. Two more shuffles. Let's do two more shuffles here for Ty. So, Magician in the Mirror, Ty, right here. So, the Magician in the Mirror, I always say when I see this card, it reminds me of Harry Potter, okay? And when he has that mirror that he looks into, and he's able to see what he most desires. And when he first looks in it, it's his parents, you know, because he's an orphan kind of a thing. But when I see this card here, it's feeling like there's still time to do all this, but I'm kind of feeling like what's stopping us here, because this is even upright. Feeling. Okay, so you made a strict schedule and you fell off of that a little bit, and so now it's hard to get back on that schedule. Okay, so that's why this is up. I'm feeling maybe I'm failing. Okay. Magician in the Mirror. So Ty, I have a feeling you're someone who really, really puts the pressure on themselves. And I feel like your version of feeling like you're failing is probably that you're still doing quite a bit. And that's my personal thing right here. Because when I was talking to you, you seem very dedicated, and you seem almost too dedicated. You seem like you're someone who I feel like would want to work instead of sleep. You're someone who would kind of put themselves at risk that way to try and get something done. Because you're what's the word? You're passionate. You're passionate. So to me, that's kind of what we're focusing on here. The magician in the mirror says there's still time here. There definitely is still time, but we kind of need to focus on what it is we need to do. So hold on. Let me draw another card here. Okay, this makes perfect sense. So then we get the broken heart card. Okay, so we get the manifestation card, and then we get the broken heart card. Because we can't live up to this ideal or something that we're doing. Is there any way, Ty, that we could maybe focus on kind of one goal? It sounds like you got a lot on your plate. And it also sounds like there's a lot of other things going on. And I'm feeling like the best thing for us to do would be to maybe focus on one thing at a time, or to maybe focus on trying to prioritize rest a little more. You said you felt like you were failing, right? But again, I feel like, and I'm being honest here, I feel like my version of success would probably be considered your version of failure. Okay? And I feel like we just need to. Okay, when you don't meet your standards, you start feeling guilty and bad, like a failure. Okay, I understand that. I do understand that. But a lot of times, these pressures have been put on us, and it wasn't necessarily us that wanted to have the pressure in the first place. But then we kind of conform to society's will, and we feel like that's the way to live the rest of our lives. But in actuality, it's really hard to keep that pace up. It's really hard to keep that pace up. You're not failing. You're not failing. There's just this experience now where we're focused more on kind of being human and in the moment. And we're trying to focus on that, because I understand if we're very goal driven, then we're never in the moment. We're always waiting to achieve that next goal. We're always waiting to, and then we'll say, I'm happy with this. Then I'll be done, right? Then I'll be done. But I feel like you're someone who wants to chase after everything, and I feel like because of that, it can make it hard for us to kind of be more laser focused, because I do feel like you spread yourself too thin. But I feel like you're passionate, and I feel like you're definitely smart enough to do everything you want to do. But I feel like piling it on all at once and then being upset because we couldn't do it. I feel like it's the equivalent of me saying, and I do not have any training, but it's me saying, I'm going to run a marathon tomorrow. Right? And I don't have training for that. I will probably throw up and hurt myself more than anything. But I do feel like there's a tendency to kind of risk our mental well-being for something. I understand feeling guilty. I do understand that. But there has to be times where we can just kind of decompress, and that's okay. Because now I'm feeling like we can't decompress and relax because the guilt's there. Okay, so if we can't decompress and relax because there's guilt on relaxing, but the main reason we aren't relaxing is because we can't relax. Do you see, Ty? Do you see where this is kind of like mental? We kind of have to be a Jedi with this stuff, because we're starting to not be able to sleep because we're thinking that we have insomnia. And I'm using that as an example because we get in our own heads. We get in our own heads, and we try to think our way out, and we can't think our way out. Sometimes we need to feel our way out. Sometimes we need to understand things in a way that is not just thinking. But that's the thing. I feel like you're incredibly smart. You're incredibly intelligent. But that's the thing with people that are very smart and intelligent, is that we can be too in our heads, right? We're way, way in our heads. And it makes for a great setting every once in a while, but sometimes we need to get out of that. We need to be more in the moment. You struggle relaxing and sleeping, and I could feel that when I was talking to you, because it's something it's difficult. We're used to having our minds go all the time, so letting go and kind of being free feels like we're dying, or it feels like we're failing, or it feels like we're falling, right? And that's the thing. When we're talking about these spiritual concepts, you Ty are saying you're having a spiritual awakening. Guess what's going to happen when you're having a spiritual awakening? Your biggest kind of lessons are going to come into play. When those big lessons come into play, we have a few choices, but listen to those lessons. Listen to what's going on. And I'm feeling like it's intensified. I am feeling like these lessons have intensified further, and so now that's why you're on here and we're talking about this. It's because it has been intensifying. So there's something there that you haven't noticed yet. There's something there that we haven't seen yet. And once we see it, we can kind of have a little aha moment. But we need to focus that resting can be productive. Sorry. Resting can be productive. If I worked out all the time, 24/7, if I did it all the time, my muscles would have no time to rest. They couldn't build up. In fact, I'd probably be hurting myself way more than I would be helping myself. And I feel like it's the same way with you. We need to focus on not doing as many mental exercises and focus on trying to do something where we're resting productively. We're doing something productive. Maybe it could be taking a walk. It could be taking a day out in nature. It could be doing something where we let ourselves recharge more. And I feel like if you're anything like me, we could possibly be looking at willfully depriving ourselves of things we need because we don't feel like we deserve them. And so that makes it hard for us to be in the present moment because we're constantly thinking like we don't deserve to be here. Or, I mean, it can go into other things. The people that love us, we don't deserve them. We don't deserve to be in this life. We're beating ourselves up. And so there could be something like that going on there. Is what I'm saying, is that making sense to you, Ty? Okay. And hold on one more second, my friend. You can write your response. I'm just going to go to the bathroom one more time, so hold on. Okay. So, yeah, with these kinds of things going on, Ty, it's important to step out of our own way as much as we can, and that means that we need to step out of our heads, as hard as that is for us to do. Yeah, you're not failing, Ty. You're not failing. I understand it feels that way, but now remember what we talked about. There's cognitive dissonance. So I feel like the reason why it's acting up, your anxiety and the sleep, the struggle, everything going on there, I feel like the reason why it's doing that is because you're working on shifting through it. You're working on trying to understand it more. And it can feel like it's getting worse when I do feel like it'll eventually get better. But there can be some moments here where it feels like it's getting worse because we're activating that kind of trauma. We're activating that sense of wounding. And so we need to kind of step out of what possibly society or our family taught us, or maybe our religion taught us, that we should feel guilty in all ways for everything. We need to kind of step out of that and realize that every single one of us is a masterpiece, but also a student at the same time. No one is like us. We're the only us that there is. And that is very, very important in this. We're a universal expression. There isn't another one of us. And we're doing the best we can with what we got, and that's good enough. Because we can't do better. We can't be better us's necessarily in the moment. Whatever being better means, right? In this context here, we need to get out of our own way. We need to realize that we need to enjoy the journey of life instead of having like a destination fever where we need to get to the next destination or the next goal in order for us to feel happy or in order for us to feel fulfilled. Until we look inside of ourselves, we won't find it. We will not find it as an outside objective. We need to understand what it is we're doing and why we're doing it. Because it is not an outside objective. We're not going to be happy when we meet condition X, Y, and Z. What can happen is if we don't figure this out, we do meet the conditions to meet X, Y, and Z, those expectations. But when we get what it is that we think we've wanted, we feel even more empty because the goal that we were striving for could have been something that we didn't think would necessarily give us joy. We got it, and now we feel even worse because we were told to strive for that thing that we wanted, but we didn't listen to our heart. We listened to society's or religion's expectation on what it is that we should do. So these are big things. This is a big kind of realization. These are big energies that we're talking about here. Is what I'm saying making sense, my friend? Are you picking up what I'm laying down? Because my back hurts and I'm not going to pick it up. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'll say this right now, okay, Ty? I'll let you in on something here. I was saving this for the Patreon, but I feel like this is something you could use or you could sort of relate to now. So, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. Wow. Okay. Years ago. I should say it that way. It was a very difficult time in my life, and I was having all the classic symptoms: anxiety, insomnia. I still struggle with anxiety and depression today, so it's not like it went away, but it was really bad at this point in my life. And exactly, it isn't for nothing. The journey is the destination, okay? Everything, I don't want to get too philosophical, but yeah, I won't get too philosophical. I keep thinking, okay, anyway. But it was a difficult time in my life, and so I decided that I would try ayahuasca, okay? Never done anything like that before. Actually, no, at that point in time, I had done a few things that were in that category, but they weren't ayahuasca. So I go out into, it's not the middle of the desert kind of place. I'm in Utah, so I go out to this kind of retreat-ish area. There's a bunch of other people that are wanting to take the ayahuasca. And moral of the story, the one thing that I'll tell you right here, is that I started feeling the ayahuasca. I started feeling that oh, I can't really describe it with words as much as, so ayahuasca is they call it a visiogen. It's not a hallucinogen, but they call it the visiogen, and it's like you're taking Mother Earth basically. It's a very sacred plant that you take, and I think it's spelled like this, if I can spell it right. Let me look it up. I think I have this letter and this letter mixed up. Hold on. I think that's how you spell it. I'm not sure, but it's a sacred plant. It's like peyote, if you've ever heard of that one. It's the peyote is the divine masculine, like mugwort. I'm not sure on that one. I'm not sure on that one, but peyote is the divine masculine, and then ayahuasca is the divine feminine when it comes to a hallucinogen, or as ayahuasca likes to be called, it's like a visiogen, because I didn't hallucinate when I was on ayahuasca, but I did have deeply profound experiences. It felt like instead of having hallucinations with my mind, it felt like I was having hallucinations with my emotional body or my emotional self. And so it went right into my feelings, a lot of stuff, and it just expanded and opened up. And I could feel the love from the earth. And it was an immense love. It was unconditional. It was this beautiful, beautiful connection. Really, really powerful stuff. And but I was having trouble, right? I'll get to the point of this story for you, Ty. I was having trouble. I'm feeling the ayahuasca, and I'm feeling like it's hitting a part in me that I felt stuck. I felt like what is this? I just feel stuck. I can't move. I can't do anything. I can't get this ayahuasca to work through my system. And the guy that was leading the retreat, I was like raising my hand. I was trying to get him to come over. It was nighttime at this point. And he comes over, and I told him I was having a difficult time. I whispered in his ear, I'm having a difficult time. Like, I don't know what to do, kind of a thing. And he put his hand on my heart right here. And he was telling me, he's like, you're thinking way too much. This is the guardian of, or this is the, this is the guardian of the gateway of ayahuasca, your own mind, okay? Instead of thinking, focus your intention on your heart. Focus on your heart. Focus on what you're feeling. Focus on the feeling place. And from there, hi Amber. From there, I could feel a sense of opening up, and I could feel a sense of like having things happen. And I had this beautiful love experience with the earth. And then what was very interesting with this stuff, the one thing that took me kind of by surprise was I get up, I'm going to do a second dose of ayahuasca, right? First one wasn't enough, and by the way, it tastes like ass. It does not taste good. It's a very sacred plant. I'm sure it's lovely. No, it is lovely, but it tasted horrible. Like like the most. Anyway, it wasn't good. But I go up and I have my second dose of ayahuasca, and I'm laying down. The sun's getting ready to come up. It's still kind of like that twilight time, and as the sun's coming up, I'm thinking, oh boy, like my anxiety's ramping up. I'm starting to feel super, super anxious. I'm starting to have that feeling of like I feel unsafe, kind of a thing. And I just told the ayahuasca spirit, I said, I can't, no more, no more. I need to sleep. Because I had been fasting for about 24 hours at that point. I was tired. I didn't sleep the night. I got 3 hours of sleep the night before because I was so nervous of going on this trip. So I was feeling not the best. But when I said I can't do it, I can't do this. Please, stop. It did. I felt the energy of the ayahuasca that should have been in my system for hours. I should have been feeling it for hours. it just dissipated completely, and then I fell asleep within a matter of minutes. And so it like listened to me because it was in tune with me. It knew I couldn't handle it at that point in time, and it just said okay. And anyway, beautiful experience, beautiful experience. But that's what I'm seeing here. So Ty, hopefully that helps answer your question. Focus on when we're up here too much, we're anxious. We're anxious when we're up here too much. Allow ourselves to focus on the feeling. What is it that we're feeling? Why do we feel upset? Are we feeling shame? Are we feeling scared? Are we feeling? What is it that we're feeling? Let's allow ourselves to feel more. Let's focus on the feeling part of us, because then sleep and being able to relax will come more naturally. Because we'll start to uncover our true selves. We'll start to focus on that. So focus on the feeling. Focus on the heart, instead of always what's in the head. Because I do know that men tend to be very head-oriented, and I feel like women are very head-oriented too, but they can be heart-oriented. And I feel like men, I feel like it's rare that they're heart-oriented, that they can focus in and feel their own energy, because we're told at a young age that feeling is not safe. We're told a man can express anger and happiness. We can't express sadness or fear or doubt or anything else. We can just express those two emotions, and that's very limiting in our very limiting. So anyway, that's my thing on that. Does that help you with does that help answer your question a little more, Ty? And does anyone have any questions about the ayahuasca? And Gigi is up next. Here. Oh. How was your weekend, Amber? You're very welcome, Ty. You're very welcome. Also, when you meditate, let's see. Let me do this one here. So Gigi says, do you feel any past life energy for me? I think if I can identify my past lives, and I can figure out what I'm supposed to be doing in this life. Okay. That's not too bad. Let's see here. So, Gigi, would you mind if I tried to connect psychically with you? See if I can get a better answer. I'm still learning with psychic ability. I'm still learning how to tune in. So if I don't get anything that way, then we can look at the cards. But I like to practice. I like to see what I can do. And thank you for being patient, Gigi, with my story. Trying to find balance. Okay. Let's do it. Okay. Okay, Gigi, would you consider yourself, because I'm feeling around your energy, I'm feeling a sense of excitement, and then I'm wondering, would you consider yourself to be a lucky person? Like someone who's lucky, or someone who has like fortunate events happen, or I'm feeling like there's luck or there's something here. Either that or you were at a casino recently, and that's kind of what I'm feeling too, because it felt like I was at a casino or I was doing something, and I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling like very jazzed. Okay. And then I'm seeing, this one's interesting. So I'm seeing okay. So I'm seeing a doorway. I'm seeing a doorway here. There's the black and white duality here of the doorway. So we're talking about not necessarily light and dark or good or bad, but there's a split going on right here. So um, things usually go your way. Okay, okay, perfect. There's a lot of excitement here, but then this energy is kind of stuck. So I would describe this energy as, whew, so this to me feels like the Eight of Wands. Okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. This energy to me that we're focusing on, it's a very high kind of energy. So it feels like Eight of Wands energy, which is very quick energy. And I'm feeling like, so are you feeling like right now in your life you've sort of hit a brick wall? Because it feels like there's a lot that's hitting that brick wall. So it feels like not necessarily feeling stuck, but it's like if water hit, like if a lot of moving water hit a solid object, it feels like it's in the way. It feels like there's an obstacle here, but it feels like we're gonna win out over it. It's just it feels like that's what I'm feeling. And then what's the Aquarius energy? What would that be? Because I'm feeling Aquarius energy here, and I'm curious where that would fit in. Oh. This is a lot of energy, and it feels like it's intense. It feels like it's passionate. A lot of things. Okay, it feels intense. It feels passionate. This energy. Not. I wouldn't say necessarily anxiety. I mean, maybe that's something that does happen. Maybe that's something you even experience regularly. But this feels to me like it's like, like I feel like I'm holding a live wire. I feel like, okay, okay. So there's a lot here, and maybe you had a lot of caffeine. Maybe you had a lot of caffeine. I don't know. I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying, definitely buzzing. Like heart's palpitating like crazy. Okay. Okay. All right. Feeling a little more calm. A little more calm. So we're feeling split. So I imagine if I'm feeling it and it feels this much, I can only imagine for you that it's intense. Who's the Sagittarius? A lot's coming up with signs for you, and I feel like there's some Sagittarius energy. Um, and then I feel like I'm being shown a cookie, but maybe that's a name, or maybe that's something a pet name. I don't know, but there's like cookie. There's something here. I'm not really sure there, but I'm being shown that. I'm being shown some different things. I'm trying to figure this out. Breathing is definitely a good way to get that under control. Sagittarius moon. Okay. 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 And then the Virgo, what would the Virgo be? Sagittarius sister. Okay, so that one touches on a couple. And then there's this Virgo energy too. Um, ate a lot of chocolate. Okay, okay. Okay, so that could explain the energy. Well, that could be one of the things that explains the energy. Okay, okay. So that could be something that explains the energy. It's all good. It's all good. I enjoy a good cookie, and the mother's cookies are my favorite. Those are really good. 7 retrogrades in chart. Mm, okay, okay. So it feels like we could be blocked with a purpose. And when I say that, it feels like we feel more blocked now than we usually do. So there could just be that energy. So when I say blocked with a purpose, it's feeling like there's even more riding on us, and it feels like we're even more blocked. Dad's Virgo. Okay. So these energies coming into play, these different energies kind of going on in the field, are there issues going on with, or is there anything going on with your dad? Is there anything going on with your sister? I'm curious here because those did pop up. And there's that Sagittarius and Red Bull. Okay, yeah, Red Bull, yeah. It gives you wings. It does. It also makes it hard to land and sleep at night, but it does give you wings there for a little bit. I'm hardly one to talk, right? I mean, I have vanilla sweet cream cold brews from Starbucks all the time, and I do enjoy sugar very much, very very much. So, and who would be the? Feels like I'm picking up on maybe a mailman or someone who handles parcels or packages. I'm curious if someone does deliveries or if there's something like that going on. You haven't really hung out with them, Lily. Okay, okay. So when we're doing psychic, oh, okay. Let's do this here. Hold on 1 second. Okay, Amber, thank you very much. I'll put you on the list here. Okay. Thank you very, very much, Amber. It's just something that I get. So when we're focusing on psychic, there's information that connects to other things. So I'm still learning. I am still learning. But when we're focusing on psychic, it's kind of like I'm reading your aura. And your aura is anything that you've been experiencing in your energy field lately. So it's like thoughts about this or thoughts about that. Or it could be different things. Again, I'm still learning. I'm still focusing on that. But it's being able to, I clear my mind. I activate what I call the adult imagination. And from there, I'm able to get information from you, if that makes sense. That's why I said, can I connect with you psychically before we started? I ask because otherwise it's like going into someone's room without knocking on the door, right? I don't want to do that. Okay, hold on 1 second, you guys. I have the bladder of a 3-year-old. I promise you I do. And I will be right back. So Gigi, hold on. We're not done with your reading. I haven't even addressed what's going on yet. So give me 1 second. I'll come right back, okay? Color, besides the black and white, maybe a little bit of red. I didn't see much of any other kind of color. So this could be red. It could be passion. It could be feeling. It could be feeling like we're passionate about everything, or we're passionate about a lot of things. But I'm feeling like right now the red represents kind of the root chakra. So there could be issues. There could be things going on where maybe we're trying to discover our identity, or we're trying to discover who we are as a person. So that can absolutely be something that's going on. Because the red coming in, yeah, the red coming in is something that I feel like is definitely about the stability in the root. Generally, the root chakra is being developed in us, the red color, that's being developed in us when we are babies, like small, small babies. And so depending on how we were raised, we can have different ways of seeing the world, and different colors can come up. But I will be back. I will be back. Hold on. Let me do this one here. Okay. All right. So, first thing that I feel, a lot of us in our past lives, okay, and I do mean this because I know the ego wants to hear other things, okay? And I'm not saying you're this way, Gigi. I'm just saying people sometimes, when we're talking about past lives, people would love to hear that they were someone famous. But more likely than anything, all of us were turd farmers. And I mean that with as much love as I can possibly express. What I mean is that we probably didn't have glamorous jobs. We probably weren't a king or a queen. A lot of us were probably just, kind of the same as we are now, sort of in an ordinary role in life, right? A more mundane role. And that's fine. Most of us, that's how it is. For you, though, Gigi, I'm wondering if you do anything with like, it feels kind of like we could have been a nurse or we could have been an entertainer. I know that sounds weird that I'm getting those two mixed up. It feels like we're giving something back to people, maybe through comedy or maybe through other means, but there could be something there where I'm feeling like there's something about us where we gave back to people. This to me feels like a more recent life. This feels like the maybe 80 years ago, maybe 70 years ago. I say recent because it feels like the most recent one. It doesn't feel like it was super, super long ago where it was 200 or 300 years or something like that. It feels like it was fairly recent, and it feels like you did something with entertaining, or you did something with kind of, um, I guess, being able to get people in a certain way, like being able to understand people, being able to um, find that spot where you can just kind of tune in and hone in on their energy, so to speak. And you could make them laugh, or you could make them feel excited, or you could make, like, our exchange, or you could make them feel like they were part of something. They weren't necessarily alone. So that's kind of what I'm feeling. Absolutely a healer. Absolutely. But I don't feel like through, like the nursing part, there was those traditional means, but you would go above and beyond to help the person to feel validated and more seen through humor or through humorous intention. Not like you were a jerk about it, because that's not what I'm feeling. But a healer through humor, but also through your attention and through your the way you would attend to people. So that's kind of what I'm feeling like. It feels like you were someone who went out of your way to make sure that people were okay. I felt like you still had boundaries. You were still, true to yourself, but you were someone who had a very strong motivation when it came to helping others in that way. Um, it feels like there could have been us getting over our own illness, and I feel like we used humor to deal with that. And so that to me seems like the way we go about this. Um, and it just feels like we were more back then. I'm feeling like we were a little more direct. I'm feeling like we were a little more to the point. We were a little more, I guess, guided. But I'm feeling like it was primarily we wanted to help people. We wanted to make a difference. And we didn't necessarily see ourselves as making a huge difference, because I don't feel like we had a huge ego. But we saw ourselves in making enough of a difference now. Right. Absolutely. You can dictate energy in a room. And I'm feeling like back then the energy that we had was something that we were respected, we were appreciated, and that to me feels like we were pretty strong. I don't feel like we lived a super long life in this one either. I did one of these the last time on Friday, and I kind of said something similar, but people weren't living super long back then. A lot of people just weren't. But I'm feeling like I do feel more of a male energy with this, and I do feel that, and I'm feeling ships as well. I'm feeling like we did something at the sea, and I feel like we maybe loved the water. That could be something else too. Um, the flow of it, the kind of the ebb and flow of that water. That's kind of what I'm feeling. So there tends to be that sense of belonging in water, right? So that's what I feel back then. Was there was kind of a my life, she is the sea, kind of a life thing. And so, or my wife, she is the sea. I figured you did, AJ. There is no harm done. There's no harm done. I just gave you the refund. And did that come back to you? Hopefully that came back to you, because I did do the refund. But you're fine. You can fall asleep. If you guys pay money and I'm not able to get to you, or we get disconnected or something, I just give you the refund. So please don't worry about that. Okay. So does that sort of help you, Gigi? Like, does that, tell me what you feel about that one, about that. Okay, good, good, good. Love the water trees. Okay. Hmm. There's a nurturing energy with you, but it's nurturing in the way I feel like a lion would take care of a cub, where it's like I feel like it's a powerful kind of thing, and I feel like you're someone who, I feel like you have a softer side. I do, but I feel like you're someone who shows love through kind of action a little more than through words. I'm feeling like you show through gestures of kindness, or you show through that. And maybe we say I love you, but I'm feeling like we show it more than we say it, which isn't a bad thing, but that's kind of what I'm getting here. Plants, painting, sewing, woodworking. Okay, and that makes sense too, because I do feel that there was a tendency here for us to really, really be into. I can see that my dad is a doctor. Okay, okay. So that, okay, that makes sense. So when we're talking about social worker, okay, okay, okay. That makes perfect sense because when I saw you being that entertainer person and you were reaching out and you were touching those people, that's why you're able to do this now. And that's a much different job. Going from being an entertainer in your last life to being a social worker in this one, that's flipping the script, so to speak. You're probably dealing with very difficult issues. I imagine all the time, all the time, all the time. So that would be that's interesting how that worked out. Hmm. Do you have a sense of humor now about things? Do you tend to see the funny side of things now? I'm wondering if that's kind of a past life trait that maybe carried over. Oh, hey buddy, what are you doing? Where? And balloon artist, yes. Yes, I do remember that. I will never forget that because I have never heard anyone refer to themselves as a balloon artist before, and I love it. So I will remember balloon artist. I like that. I really do like that. If sitting was an art form, you'd be impressed. You'd be very impressed with what I could do. Grain of salt. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so I feel like that's part of where the sense of humor came from. Your life back before in this older time was difficult, very difficult, and you developed a sense of humor about that. I feel like you turned your humor into pain, maybe a little too much at your own expense sometimes back then, but it felt like you were genuinely using pain as a means of connecting to other people. So you were using painful experiences, turning them into humor and connecting with people, right? So that's what I feel there. I do feel that there's a sense of someone who can turn a dime, someone who can turn a quip, a phrase, a witticism, I think is what they call it. Someone that can do all these kinds of things, quick on the ball, kind of an energy. So I feel like there's definitely still a lot of power there. There's definitely still a lot going on there, but primarily you would describe yourself as a healer, as you said, but not through, again, not through traditional means, but laughter really is the best medicine. And I feel like maybe that was something you even said back then, is that that just helped you, because I do feel like we were away from the family back then. I do feel like there was a tendency to distance ourselves from people, maybe willingly, but maybe also because we felt like it's what we had to do, in order to get things done, in order to get where we needed to be in life. And I feel like that sense of kind of loneliness back then made it so that we could again have that sense of humor and we could embody things more, because we focused on connection and we focused on the validity of connection with other people, and because of that we were able to make friendships. Absolutely, absolutely. So that's what I'm seeing as being kind of the what we're talking about here. um, I mean, does that help you, Gigi? I'm feeling like, as far as things are going, it does feel like you said, you have all these skills that you're able to do. I would say, give yourself permission to investigate some and like see what you can do and see what's going on there, and push that to the limit for now and kind of see, because the things that you already have in your arsenal, if we develop them more, maybe other things can come of that and we can do other things. I know I'm using the term other things a lot, but I'm feeling like we have a lot already kind of in our repertoire, so to speak. um, and I'm feeling like that's kind of the energy that I'm getting here, is that actually it makes sense now that I'm thinking about it. You were someone who entertained people in the past life. You were someone who did that through laughter, and you're a balloon artist in this life. And then there's with the kids, the social working, and then with entertaining people. A lot of that makes sense. Good. I want you to always feel like you can come here and you can ask. This is a safe space, okay? And If you need time to think of something, go for it. I'm flexible, right? It's it's tough with these kinds of things, but I do feel explore yourself, explore that inner world that you have, because it feels like it's pretty rich with a lot of stuff, a lot of possibilities here. Explore that and kind of look at everything to its deepest potential. Minor electrical work and some plumbing. Okay, go out and build yourself some houses that work a little bit with their lights and build some. I'm saying that's a lot. That is a lot for people to have, right? You've got this. I mean, you can go in so many different directions. I understand it's hard to pick a choice, but I want you to know this, Gigi. Okay, I want you to know this. No matter how we're living our life, we are not living it wrong. So there's no right answer for us. There's always different answers. There's always answers that lead to different possibilities, but there's no right or wrong. We just live our life. The universe gets the experience of that. Again, this is what I believe, and that to me is it. There's no right or wrong way to live our life. I mean, if there was an instruction book, I sure as hell didn't read it, but that's what I felt too, that strong buzz, that strong burst of energy. That's what I felt too. So here's what we can do. Here's what we can do, because when that energy was going through my system, I'll be honest, I was feeling a little tired. I'm feeling a little better now. That gave me a little bit of a zing, a little bit of a boost. But when I was feeling that energy, it was kind of like okay, see, and that's something that's hard too. Okay, so let's focus on that just a little bit. So I imagine, and other people that have watched the channel, we kind of go here a lot, but I don't think we've done this with you or when you've been on the channel. So I'm curious, when people ask you for help, do you have a hard time saying no? Because if you're saying people are always asking for help, that to me says that we have a hard time saying no, because if they're always asking, that probably means we haven't established firm boundaries. Just, I'm putting it out there, not attacking, not doing anything like that. I'm just kind of asking questions. I'm not judging. I want to make that clear. And the advice, the stuff that I'm going on here about, I am by no means a master of. I'm still learning. I'm still learning very, very much. I can just have insight into certain things, because sometimes we're kind of a little too personal with ourselves. We know ourselves too well that sometimes a stranger can see us in a way that other people can't. You always say yes. Okay. So this right here, this can happen with people-pleasing tendencies from kind of being raised in an environment where we kind of had to be hyper aware of everything and everyone around us. And this can make it so that saying no, it almost feels like a little death for us. It almost feels like a little tiny part of us dies, because saying no to us means that people might not like us. I'm not good at telling people no or getting paid my worth. Okay. Okay. And that's what we're talking about right here. That's absolutely what we're talking about. And there's no shame in admitting this or talking about this. No shame, because we're all works in progress. I said it a little bit ago. We are masterpieces, but we are also students at the same time. Okay, that is life. We are in the ebb and flow of those two states, always. And so there could have been, when we were younger, we did not have a voice in our childhood, and this can lead to that now, because we've given up our voice so that other people can speak. And so we feel like we're being nice, but really we're hurting ourselves in the process, because we're being way too nice. We're giving way too much of ourselves. And that makes it so that we feel like that's what love is. But we need to reevaluate what love is, because that's not it. We could have been brought up in a situation where it was more conditional love that we're talking about. Hi, Nadia. And if it's conditional love, that means that we have to meet expectations before we can feel love from our parents or our peers or anything else. We have to meet expectations. Unconditional love is love no matter where we're at on our journey. There is no expectation. It's just kind of freely given. But does any of this make sense so far, Gigi? Your mother is a Capricorn. Well, so that makes sense. That makes sense. So we would say the negative traits of the Capricorn are there. Not necessarily Capricorn itself, but the negative traits thereof of the sign. So there could be perfectionism that you're talking about, and the perfectionism makes it so our own voice is muted in our family of origin. Family of origin is where we're born and kind of where we come from. Okay, and so if there's a disconnect with that, later on in life we will have a lack of identity. That's why I saw the red. I saw the red with the energy there, and that to me is we're working on trying to build a stable identity. The red that I saw, it was a darker color red, which to me means that we need to focus on healing these wounds right now. Forced into every club. See, exactly. You didn't have a say in anything. And so now in your life, having a say in something feels foreign. It feels horrible. I would almost venture to say that if you ever did say no to somebody, immediately the guilt would build up on you so bad and so fast that you would say yes right after. So we need to work on separating this, okay? We need to work on building up that kind of self-esteem, and we need to work on being kind of present with ourselves and in our bodies on what it is we do and don't want to do. The reason why we're feeling, again, that identity, we're feeling our identity shifting from here to there, and we don't know who we are as a person, is because we haven't established who we are as a person, even to ourselves. We've given way too much to everyone else, and because of that, we're expecting to get something back in return. In a way, we're expecting to get something back, but we're not going to get it back from those people. We have to have it ourselves. When we do this, this is self-actualization. When we do a self-actualization process, we could be, and then overwhelmed. Exactly. So when we're doing self-actualization work, there's a lot that happens here. And it's not exactly an easy topic, because this means getting rid of things and possibly people that no longer work in our life. People that are harder for us to be around. People that make us feel lesser than, right? We need to know what that unconditional love looks like so that we can see where the unconditional love is flawed, and from there we can develop a better sense of self. And this involves the healing work that I talk about so much on the channel. I'm not even kidding. The healing work is super important, because without that healing work, a lot of us will fall for narcissistic men, a lot of us will fall for unavailable women, a lot of us will fall for whoever we fall for, and we will fall for the exact wrong person for us time and time again until we've healed these wounds. When these wounds have started to be healed, we can start to see who those people are. We get a sense for it. But until we've started the healing journey, we don't know, because we don't know ourselves. And because we don't know ourselves, we think what's best for us is possibly the relationship we had growing up with our mom and dad, because we were told that's what love was. But we find ourselves being addicted to drama with people. We find ourselves being in these situations thinking that drama is love when it is not. And so we have to work on kind of building that up. So far, Gigi, does that make sense? Gotta let my cat out of the room. Hold on. Exactly. You had that and finally got out. And that is something that's very difficult, because the narcissist is attached to your sense of self-identity. Breaking away from the narcissist almost feels like a sense of identity death, because they've taken up so much of our space inside of ourselves, inside of our mental space, our mind, our soul, that it's hard to break away from those, because we feel so enmeshed and so codependent. But I'm proud of you for doing that. That right there shows that you have what it takes. There's a lot of strength there. There's a ton of strength there. And the healing journey that you're going to go on is going to be similar, and we're going to be finding strength in ourselves. We're going to be finding parts of ourselves that come along with us on the journey. You're okay. See, and you're feeling bad about taking time. You paid. And people know that I'm a talker. Amber is the next person in front of you, and I know she can be patient. She's a very patient person. And it's okay, though. I just want you to know there's help. There's things out there for you. And we can look at, I mentioned this guy. You can check him out on YouTube. Okay, check out his channel on YouTube. He talks about the narcissistic family dynamic. He does role playing. I will be honest with you guys. I love you guys very much. I'll be honest with you. It's a little cringy to watch, right? It is a little cringy to watch, but he is very good. He is very good. And the role playing, to me, it describes perfectly what a lot of other people have been going through in their lives, myself included sometimes. So he talks about different things. He does the role playing part, and you can kind of see what a narcissistic person looks like. And then we can start to heal that wound in ourselves because he gives us advice on it wasn't our fault, because it wasn't. We handled things the best way we could when we were growing up, and now we get to go back and we get to heal and we get to discover things in a deeper way because we didn't necessarily have the time then to be able to develop like we wanted to. And so we have to focus on reparenting ourselves. I'm sorry, Gigi, that your lag's... I'm sorry about that. You can always go back and watch this, though. You should be able to go back and watch it, and it should work just fine. I am sorry if it's not good, though. But hopefully what I've said has helped. And check out Patrick T. Hahn, and there's a lot of other places you can go. Lisa Romano, Inner Integration. There's a lot of these people that talk about similar topics, how to heal from narcissistic abuse. It may not sound like the most glamorous thing for us to focus on, but those feelings of anxiety, those feelings of us questioning our identity, who the hell are we can start to address those questions once we understand where that pain is coming from. And what will happen is that the pain becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and more distorted, and we become more scared of it until we actually look at it. And once we start looking at the pain, it deflates. Because all it's doing is tugging on your sleeve and saying, look at me, please look at me. And it gets bigger and bigger and more scary because it wants to get your attention so that you look at it and so that you do the healing work that you need to do. The body is always seeking unison with itself. And when we start to unify parts of ourselves, we start losing that anxiety. Okay? So that's something there. Okay, so she can only... All right. Okay. Okay, so hopefully no one else is having bad lag. I am sorry if that's the case. I think, though, I am going to go on to Amber here. So, Amber, you have some questions, so go for it. Go for it, my friend. And thank you again for the donation. I really, really appreciate that. You're welcome, Amber. They're helpful. You're very welcome, Gigi. Very welcome. I know that as we're... If we grew up in a narcissistic situation, we tend to doubt ourselves and we don't know what steps to take next. I've been there. People I've known and loved have been there. And I want you guys to know there's help. There's resources out there, so you can, if you trust me and you trust kind of what it is that I'm doing, please check those out because they will be very healing. All right, Gigi. You have an awesome rest of your evening, and thank you again. Thank you again, my friend. Okay, so we start to develop our own sense of voice that we listen to. We start to develop our own sense of our, like our inner GPS, our intuition that people talk about. We start to develop more and more the more we've healed, and we can start to trust ourselves again because sometimes we've made so many, we feel like we've made so many mistakes that it's hard to trust ourselves. But eventually we get that back because we've started to heal. So have that be something that we kind of use as a compass going forward. The more we can trust ourselves and our inner guidance and be right, the more we know we're healing. So that's something that we can use as a compass moving forward through life. So just something we can kind of take and be aware of. And Amber, write your questions. I'll be right back. Just we'll do this here. Let me do this one here. Okay, Amber. All right. Sorry, had to attend to something. So let's do this here. Okay, so we have right here. What are Vinny's true motives for reaching out to me? I got a message from him the same day I ran into another toxic ex. 2. How does Nick currently feel about me, if at all? 3. How can I thrive? How can I step into my potential? I feel like I help everyone around me access theirs, but not my own. Very, very good questions, Amber. Very good questions. All right, so let's kind of see. Let's see what we got going here. So let's use these cards here. Hold on. Okay, just my doorbell going off there. Okay, so let's use these energy cards here. What are Vinny's true motives for reaching out to you? Let's look. What are Vinny's true motives for reaching out to Amber? And sometimes that'll happen, Amber. I've heard similar. I haven't had that experience, but I've seen other people have that experience where it's like, it's not one person, it's 2 or 3 or 4, and it just seems like it's too much. It seems like it's way too coincidental. Sometimes they're even right next to each other when we're talking about like running into one, having another message. It's like clockwork sometimes, and it's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy, I'll be honest with you. Okay, so what are Vinny's true motives for reaching out to you? So Vinny, I feel like he's going to present himself as the cornucopia, okay? But then I get walking away in reverse, indecision in reverse, and angel of balance in reverse. There we go. So when I see these cards, angel of balance, indecision, and walking away, it's kind of hard to see that last one. I'm wondering, did he leave you high and dry last time? Did Vinny, I don't know if we've talked about Vinny. Was he someone that was just kind of in your life and then out? Or what sort of happened last time you guys were together? Or what happened the last time you guys were around each other? I'm curious if there was... Because when I see walking away in reverse, angel of balance, and indecision, to me, I'm wondering if maybe this is us making the decision to leave, or if this person just left. But the indecision and the walking away in reverse, maybe when they left we were relieved, or maybe when they stepped out of our life we were relieved. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. Are you there, Amber? Okay, there we go. He always left me hanging. When we first started dating, I didn't know he had a girlfriend. Ah, that explains. That explains it. Okay. So his true feelings towards you now, Amber, I feel like to me this feels like a similar situation where I feel like this person's kind of toying with your energy a little bit. Um, when you said he always left you hanging, that's kind of the feeling I'm getting here. When I see walking away in reverse, indecision in reverse, angel of balance in reverse, all of these cards right here are telling me that the person circles around the issue, and I'm feeling like we couldn't get a straight answer out of this person. So I feel like they're coming in and they sort of play these games. Maybe they wouldn't admit to it, but to me it feels like they're playing a game. And they're trying to see kind of who bites first, who bites on the line, kind of a thing. Um, but to me, that's kind of what I'm feeling from this Vinny person. It feels like he didn't have anyone else he could reach out to at the time, so he reaches out to you. I don't feel like there's that connection with him because it feels like there's a wall, kind of, not kind of there. It feels like there's definitely something missing. So that's what I'm feeling here. The way, and maybe Amber, right? The way I view it is this: if someone has treated me badly or poorly, when I do decide to cut them out, or when they leave, he also uses abusive tactics. I've always wondered if he talks about me to friends. Hmm. Well, at least you can see that he's using abusive tactics. At least you can see that he's doing that, and you know that that's not right. He shouldn't be reaching out to you. Um, yeah, he really shouldn't. And it makes you feel icky too, I imagine, because he's married. And you said he's reaching out to you, meaning that I imagine you don't seek him out, but this person comes in whenever they want to. And I imagine they expect you to drop things, like if you don't pay attention to them, or if you don't give them the time of day. I imagine it gets kind of derogatory quick, or this person feels insulted rather easily. A rather large ego on this one, I would say. And this person, in my opinion, when people are like this, they would talk to you to friends as if you were an object, not as if you were a person. So it's not like this person would have anything good to say about you. This person isn't the kind of I'm going to build this person up kind of person. They're the kind of person who uses people. Using the word person there a lot. So that's a good question. I can look at that. Okay, do other people know he contacts? And I'm sorry that happened, Amber. There's a lot of an internalized misogyny, even with women. That's internalized, right? So they become misogynistic themselves towards other women, and that to me is very messed up because society has kind of taken that step where um, we try to focus on people's shame instead of what they can kind of offer to the world or what they can actually do. Let's look. Let me look here. Does Lewis know? Does Lewis know that Vinny reaches out to you? Let's see. So I get these cards right here. I get Door of Personal Healing in reverse, and then I get the Temple Path in reverse, and then I get Yin Yang upright. And so I'm curious, Amber. With this, basically the cards right here, what I'm feeling from these cards is they're saying, does it matter if, and I know that sounds harsh, I'm not trying to sound harsh, but does it matter if he knows or if he doesn't? Because right here it's feeling like something where people are kind of doing their thing, and I don't necessarily feel like they know, but I feel like there's kind of this feeling of wanting to find out, which I can understand. I can understand. We're curious, but it feels to me like I don't feel like Lewis knows. If I'm answering the question like that, I don't feel like he knows. But if he did, you know what I mean? It's like I feel like it's kind of getting us into it could get us into a drama situation, or it could get us into this or that situation. I'm feeling like now you're trying to focus on something new, right? We're trying to focus on a newer direction. But I'm going to address the other question here. So you said, hopefully that answers that first question, and then we can focus on the second question, and then I really want to focus on that third question because that's a really good question, and we can spend some good quality time on that one. So I understand. I understand. I don't feel like it doesn't feel like he knows, but it doesn't feel like it would be something either one would put past the other one. I don't know. It's yeah. Ooh. Cat almost fell. So let's look at this second question here. So how does Nick currently feel about me, if at all? So let's look at that one. How does Nick currently feel about Amber? How does Nick currently feel about Amber? No. Don't do that. The cats like to chase each other sometimes. Okay, so again, we have the temple path in reverse. Okay, we have the thinking man. And then we have door to spirit in reverse. So when I look at these cards here, okay, Amber, I'm feeling like maybe we're putting power in other people's hands with this Nick person. We're wondering how he feels. It feels like a very similar situation to some other people. The thinking man, the door to spirit in reverse, this doesn't feel like necessarily a connection. It doesn't feel like a strong connection. It feels like there's something else here. I would say the way Nick feels towards you is like he's assessing you, but I'm not seeing it like, it doesn't feel like as a prospective partner. It feels like there's motives underneath motives, or there's subtle kinds of manipulation, I guess you could say. I feel like you're starting to notice this more. You're starting to notice this more in people. And I feel like you're starting to develop a stronger sense of knowing what people are like, because you've been through some stuff in the past few months. So I feel like there's a tendency now for you to see through deception, for you to kind of see through that. That's what I'm feeling with this person, is that you're seeing something isn't right, or you're feeling that something isn't right. And that's why you're asking. I feel like you already know the answer. The way you worded the question as well makes me think you already know the answer to that question. So it doesn't feel like he's a prospect, in my opinion. It feels like it doesn't, I just don't get a connection with this person. Not like an emotional connection. There's nothing here that's emotional. There's nothing here that feels like a, do you know what I mean? It just doesn't feel like that kind of connection with this person. Um, and the temple path in reverse and door to spirit in reverse definitely is making me think that you're feeling like something's off too. The thinking man, I'm feeling like we're thinking about the connection. We're thinking about how we, like, when we think about how we feel, we're not feeling. We're thinking about how we feel, right? Trust how we feel. When we think about it, we try to rationalize emotion. It doesn't work that way. We have to let the rational side go. We need to let the emotion come in, and we need to let the emotion be the emotion. Again, thinking about how we are feeling takes us further away from how we're feeling, because we're thinking about how we feel. We're not feeling. So does that help answer that question, Amber? Okay, so let's move on to the last question here. I'm feeling like there's a sense here that the person, yeah, I don't necessarily get a strong, I wouldn't necessarily say using either, but I don't feel like there's an interest here necessarily. When I see the thinking man here, when I see this, I feel like this person, maybe this person's a lot more rational, or maybe this person is more cold or distant. But that's what I'm feeling from this person. Not necessarily using, but not necessarily being responsible for their actions either, if that makes sense. Like, they could be a much better person if they worked on themselves, or they could do things better. It does feel like this person has a tendency to just sort of connect. And I feel like with you, you focus on connection. You try and have that be a priority, something that is only for a select few people. And I don't necessarily get that from this guy. But we can talk about how we can fix this in part in the third question. We can focus on what we can do to kind of hone in on this. Until we know what to search for in people or in partners, we're going to keep attracting the same kind of person, because they just hit all those right traumatic points in our life to make us feel kind of like they can lord over us in a way. And we get kind of inspired by their confidence, right? They're confident, they can be charismatic. We get kind of locked in. We get star dazzled by them. And it makes it hard for us to trust ourselves, because these people seem to have such a strong sense of self. They don't. They just seem like they do. They just seem like they have it together. Once we understand what we can look for, then we can start to, as you said in your third question, we can start to look at how to thrive. we can start to look at what we can do to make our situation better. Instead of thinking, why does this keep happening to me? We say, I'm going to focus, I'm going to see what I can do in this situation, and we can go from there, right? The first one for me when we're talking about people like this is we want to make sure that their words carry merit. First off, like what they're saying actually means what they're saying. um, Trying to get to know them as well as we can, right? Seeing if they're lying, seeing if they have contradictory statements. How are they if we're alone with them versus when we're in a group with them? Are they the same person? Or do they change dramatically and they're really nice and friendly when they're in a group of people, but then they're just awful when you're alone and they're insulting and they're degrading? And it makes it hard to call out that behavior because everyone else only sees the nice behavior of the person. They're like, he's not that way. And you're like, I should know. I've been with him. So that can be something we can focus on. And narcissists are always all about the ego too. So they're always wanting to talk about themselves. They're not generally going to ask you questions, and they're not generally going to care about your emotional well-being. And they're not going to be able to be there for you emotionally in any context either. When things really, really get tough, these people tend to go AWOL. And we can start to spot the signs, the different resources that I've been giving. The one guide is role playing, and there's other people that kind of talk about the different roles people play. Because until we know what narcissistic behavior looks like, we don't know what that actually looks like on a person. It's just words. And so when we learn about it, when we study it, reading about it, watching videos about it, that's actually helping us to heal. And then we can kind of be the opposite of that to help heal our own inner child. So if the narcissist was very ego driven, we come back and we become kind of unconditional love. We become where we're not about the self necessarily. We're about kind of integrating our wholeness. So we become a parent to that child. And that's sort of what I want you to imagine. When we talk about reparenting the self, we allow our tiny, vulnerable self, when we were very small, to be present with us and share its pain with us. And in exchange, we say, I'm sorry that happened. It wasn't your fault. What could we have done differently? In those moments, the brain starts to rewire itself. We do this enough time, the brain starts to rewire itself, and we can start to heal from trauma a little bit at a time. Because we're kind of going back in time and we're rewriting it. We're rewriting that narrative. Because what was given to us was the absence of a parent. And so what we can give back is we can take away the absence, right? We can take away that absence and we can give ourselves presence instead. And it's a really good sense of presence, right? That's one thing that we can give ourselves, but we have to focus on those painful moments. We have to take them as they were, not try to hide from them, not try and say, it did happen this way. Like, be brutally honest, let yourself experience what's going on, and then ask yourself, what would I have done? What would I have done differently? And treat yourself like you're someone that you are responsible for taking care of. Treat yourself like you're a 5-year-old kid. I seriously mean that. What would you put up with that 5-year-old kid if you had to take care of a kid? What would you put up with? What wouldn't you put up with? If someone was trying to hurt that kid, you wouldn't put up with that. Likewise, if they were trying to do something emotionally and you didn't feel right, you would step right in and you would say, no. You have that power when it comes to that kind of role, but what if we take that inside and we use that to help heal ourselves? You said so yourself, Amber, that you help bring out other people's potential, but you don't bring out your own. It's because you did what I just said. You view other people like, not like they're 5 years old, but like they're someone you really care about and you really want to take care of. But you don't do that for you. So of course you're helping them discover their potential because you're giving 1,000% to them. And then there's nothing left for you. But those people that you're giving that energy to, they don't give it back to you. Maybe because we have surrounded ourselves with people that aren't grateful for our presence. That's why this journey is important, because then we can realize who's there for us and who isn't. And then instead of feeling alone, we can feel like we've got this, because we're starting to develop how to spot the fake people. We're trying to, and it gets stronger over time, but we have to heal and we have to practice that. Does that make sense to you, Amber? That was kind of a lot, so and when I'm just talking about this, it doesn't do it justice because there are going to be parts that come along that are very difficult. There are going to be parts that aren't gentle. And those parts are kind of where we test our resolve, so to speak. And a lot of times, what this looks like is us not being people pleasers anymore, us standing up for ourselves and saying, I don't want to do that. And if someone asks us to go out and do something, and we say no, and they say, why? And you just say, well, I don't want to do it. And if they get upset with us, that's kind of a sign right there. If people don't appreciate your boundaries, that's another thing. If you put up a boundary and people take that as a threat, that's when you know you're a people pleaser, because you've established yourself as being someone who doesn't have that. Right, it does feel overwhelming. And right now it will. It will. It gets easier. It does. It's kind of like a wave that hits us. It does get easier though, Amber. So please, I want you to take that into consideration. Just like with emotions, just like with other things, it does get easier. It takes time. And you're weeding out parts of yourself that are no longer working. You're getting rid of the parts that have been kind of damaged over time, and we're trying to put in these new shiny parts. We're trying to put in these new parts of ourselves. And that takes time, because during this time, you're going to be establishing your identity. And like I was talking with Gigi about, you're going to be focusing on self-actualization, which means having an identity, which means having more of a personality, which means you'll understand yourself better, which means that you'll understand people better. You'll understand if someone has your best interest at heart. You'll understand these different things. So we have to develop that sense over time. And it does feel overwhelming. And I'm sorry that that's the case. I wish it wasn't. I really do, because it would make things a lot easier if we could focus on, things that seemed more fun or things that seemed more in that line. But the healing journey is just that. It's just part of the journey. It is not the whole journey. But there is a part where we're healing. There is a part where things do feel tough and things do feel very difficult. And as long as we stick through it, as long as we keep going, and we're there for ourselves as much as we can be, and we're learning and we're being gentle and we're on that path, then we're doing okay. But if we mess up, we don't berate ourselves either. We don't say, oh, I'm so stupid, I messed up. We keep talking in that soft voice. We keep talking, and we let ourselves know that if no one else is going to be there for us during this time, at least we can be there for us. And that takes healing, and that takes growth, and that takes responsibility on our parts to say, I may not have caused this damage, but I'm responsible for healing myself. I'm responsible for healing it. And that's huge. That's a huge thing, because a lot of the time, Amber, you're not just healing your wounding, you're healing your mom's wounding, your grandma's wounding, your great-grandma's wounding. It goes back and back and back. And this is good for you because this helps you. This makes it so there is no more wounding coming from you. This makes it so that when there's interactions with you in the future, when things are going okay, that the world has, you've kind of transmuted that energy of hurt and pain and suffering into lessons and wisdom and softness. But it takes time. And as time goes on, we don't get bitter, we get better, right? And that's what I feel like we're kind of focusing on this journey. So do you have anything to say to that, or just anything at all? Feel free to just talk. I do understand it's difficult. It's just takes practice. It does get better. And there's a saying, you know, it says, when we know better, we do better. I think it's Maya Angelou. I don't know how you say her name. But when you know better, you do better. And until we know better, we don't know that we can do better. We don't know that that's even an option. And this by no means is your fault or anything like that, Amber, at all. This is something that we can work on healing. We can talk about this, and we can focus on that healing journey. But it's not your fault. It's just we need to take the responsibility for the healing, right? You know, it's just that kind of thing. And if someone else ran into us and we fell down and we broke our arm, we're still the ones that have to heal from that, right? And even though it wasn't necessarily our fault, something could have happened, right? You just wish it could happen sooner. I understand. That's, yeah. In the meantime, Amber, if you need to cry, if you need to let things out, your frustration, that's a good way to be for yourself too. If we just let ourselves release that, if that's something we can do, because crying is amazing. If that's something we can do, we just need to like have a moment of release. We need to have something we can do to sort of achieve that, and maybe find out who we really are, so to speak. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. If you're getting off of a Ferris wheel, or not a Ferris wheel, if you're getting off a merry-go-round, that's at full speed. No matter how you hit the ground, you're going to spin yourself, right? Because the merry-go-round's spinning. And you're right. You are right. In some ways, it's a situation of ripping off the Band-Aid really fast. And because it hurts. It hurts too much to do it slow. And right now, I feel like that's what's going on. It's kind of like you're damned if you do, or you're damned if you don't. But eventually it will make more sense, because you're having these situations come up in your life, not to taunt you, not to hurt you, but to show you where the hurt is so that you can fix it. These kinds of things are only coming up so that you can focus on where to put that attention, where to put that effort. And eventually when we start fixing it, again, things do get easier when we start fixing these issues, when we start healing. But yeah, it does feel like a lot. Absolutely. It's there's a reason why we haven't done this before. A lot of us feel like there isn't even an option. A lot of us think that you know, having this, and this in our lives, that's something only a few people have. That's only the lucky ones. We can be the lucky ones too, but it takes time and it takes effort, because we have to come from a place of healing and of being healed. And that again, that just takes time. And of course we want it to happen sooner. It's uncomfortable. But during those moments of uncomfortableness, that's when we can experience the most growth. Because generally when we're feeling uncomfortable, that's us feeling vulnerable. And when we're feeling vulnerable, that's when we can heal the most. That's when we can sort of focus on that journey. Okay, so you feel like you're trying hard to make changes and it's slow moving. So you're trying hard to make changes. What does that look like to you? What does trying hard look like? Okay, so Amber, have that be enough. I feel like there's a tendency to put too much pressure on ourselves to achieve. And when we don't do everything that we feel like is required of us, we beat ourselves up. That comes from childhood, and that there can be religious abuse in there as well. Feeling like we're not enough and making it so that we have way too much to bite off and to chew because we feel like we have to do it this way. Because if we don't, things will happen. Bad things. And while that's true, bad things can happen, right? People and structures around me want to stay the same. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense because you're the one changing. You're the one changing in that scenario. Other people are staying the same. They're kind of the older vibration that you were at before. Now you're starting to see things for how they truly are, and now you're starting to see how stagnated other people and structures around you are. And so that's going to lead to us feeling more alone. That's going to lead to us feeling like it just feels even more so. It feels frustrating. So I understand that. But we have to realize, like you just said it yourself, you're quietly making progress. That's good enough. In fact, that's all that there ever needs to be. Quietly making progress should be the norm. We're not looking for milestones, which I don't even feel like you would celebrate anyway, because if you hit a milestone, you would just say, okay, where's the next one? I'm feeling like we need to kind of take a step back and focus on the everyday progress that we're making, even though I understand we could feel guilty about that because maybe it's not enough. Maybe our mother would want us to do better. Maybe society told us that we would be better than we are right now. You know, there's all these different factors that come into play. It doesn't make them right though, and we can challenge those beliefs. But we have to understand that, that's the old way of thinking. That's the outdated way of thinking. But we feel guilt, and this is the kind of thing where we feel guilty for relaxing. We could feel guilty for sleeping. We could feel guilty for taking a shower that's too long. We could basically feel guilty about damn near anything. Or we could feel like we don't deserve it, or, so on and so forth. And that's what we're working to upend, that kind of way of thinking that doesn't serve us anymore. Because we've been quiet Amber. We've been the Amber that people kind of shoved to the side. But we haven't been the Amber that stands up for herself and says, it's my time. It's my time to do what I want to do. And that will come in time too. That sense of identity, that stronger sense of self, that comes in time too. But you're changing in a world that's full of constants. And so, of course, it's going to feel even more isolating because you're the one that's changing. Hopefully that makes some sense. Exactly, see? There's an issue there. It's like this, for instance, you see this right here? One question, three questions. Okay? I was freaking out about doing this. I was freaking out because I'm thinking I don't deserve it or I'm not worth enough, but I spend my time on my readings. I feel like this is a fair price. But a part of me was freaking out. And a part of me has that guilt. I had that narcissistic upbringing, asking for something from people, doing this kind of thing. This is difficult for me to do, but you can eventually make progress. But it just takes those steps. It takes steps to ask for what you want in life. It takes steps to understand that we're worthy of what we want out of life. And sometimes we can have a fear. So I talk about this sometimes. We have a fear of failure. There's a fear of failure. There's a fear of success. Both of those are tied to the fear of change. And sometimes we're scared of change. Not because of this or that, but just because it's different. It's different. And our mind kind of likes to be in a rut. Our mind doesn't want to experience things that are too different. And the older we get, the more our mind does that. I remember when I was a kid, versus now I'm in my 30s, right? My mind, I'm not as open to new experiences as I used to be, and I wish I was. That'd be nice. But it's just one of those things. So when we're doing this for ourselves, it's going to feel foreign, it's going to feel weird. Eventually, it doesn't feel as weird. Eventually, it becomes second nature, but we have to enact it. We have to keep doing it, and it gets easier. The more we're there for ourselves, the more we can be there for ourselves, because we're attracting, if you believe in the law of attraction, when we're there for us, we're attracting more situations in which we'll be there for us, and more and more and more, and then eventually behavior starts to change. But it's over time. I want you to imagine emotion is the water, and the behavioral change is that water going through a canyon and carving through that canyon. But it took millions of years. It takes time to get the water to go through the canyon. So right now, that's what's happening. There's rain falling. The canyon is starting to dip a little bit. We're starting to make some headway. And in the meantime, what looks like a very small puddle will eventually turn into a very big, river at the bottom of this canyon. It'll eventually be carved, and we'll have more room to move, and we'll have more room to explore ourselves and our surroundings and kind of who we are as people. But we have to get over that mentality that other people matter more than we do, because they don't. They don't. In fact, we're kind of screwing ourselves over by thinking that other people matter more, because eventually we will start to resent those people that we feel like matter more than us. That's how this goes. And so we have to step up, and we have to kind of see what's going on with us. We have to sort of see our behavioral changes. We have to understand that and realize that things led us this way in our life, and we're not behind. We don't need to play catch up. The society tells us we need to do that. Society tells us we need to do that. Nowhere anywhere else does it say hurry up. Literally, the United States, it's just hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. None of it means anything. It doesn't make any sense. In my opinion, everything is an illusion anyway, but we adhere to these rules that we have to hurry. We have to go. We have to go, 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 go. No. And you're starting to not vibe with that anymore either. And again, that's why you're here. That's why we've been having these talks, is because you're going through this transformation. You're realizing it's a bunch of bullshit too. There's things going on here. Doesn't seem right. But, and philosophy, I have a morbid outlook on life, but not in the way that I want it to end, but in a way that death is something that's kind of exciting, right? And the reason I say that is because we're here and then we're not. And then we have these moments of like profound aha moments. And I honestly feel like all of it's an illusion. We get caught up in it. And I can tell you right now, in my personal opinion, the only thing that matters when we leave this world, when we die, is how much we loved and our experiences. Yeah, I honestly believe that, because we can't take anything else with us. You're not going to be able to take a solid gold car with you in the afterlife. We're not going to be able to do anything else. The only thing that we can take with us is our experiences and how much love we gave to other people. And to me, that's kind of what I'm striving to do. I'm not perfect at it, but other people will tell us it's this, this, and this, and okay, good for you. You follow that. I'm not buying it. You want to do it, go for it. But, yeah. What do you think of that, Amber? I'm sorry. I was calling you up. Oh, he actually made it when he jumped. He's blind, you see, a little bit, so... You're very welcome, Amber. I've been through it too. I'm going through it myself. And there's a lot of things that help me through this. We're like I was saying to Gigi and Ty, I think, we're all masterpieces and students at the same time. And we constantly go in between that ebb and flow in life. And we just need to we need to realize when we're there, we need to focus on growing. And that's what you're doing now. Give it time. Give it some momentum. Okay? Things will happen for you. What do you think, buddy? What do you think? Okay. I might have to put you down. Okay, so Amber, yeah, just you're doing the right thing. Quietly making progress is still progress. The tortoise and the hare, remember that. Because that's where we're at. The cat approves, definitely. Definitely. He's a really interesting little guy. We found him in a filing cabinet behind a movie theater. As a kitten, his tail was broken, and I'm starting to lose my voice a little. Okay. You get to hear what I sound like when I'm in my 80s, so this is fun. Okay. She, come here. So we found him behind a movie theater inside of a filing cabinet that was up against a wall. So the person put him in there and then turned the filing cabinet around and did all that stuff. And when they did that, they also, I think they broke his tail in a couple places. So he was a mess when we found him. And he's got his issues today, but seeing how his childhood was, you know, or his kittenhood, I should say, I can kind of understand. But yeah. It's just one of those things, sometimes people, they don't understand the gifts that are animals. Okay, well, let's see here. Yeah, little, that was awful. It was an awful sight. Held him in my, we got him, we picked him up, and I held him in my jacket as we were walking around Walmart, me and my girlfriend. And he just, you know, I mean, he was weak. He was such a weak kitten. He didn't even fight. Like, when I picked him up and was holding on to him, didn't fight me, didn't do anything. He was just holding completely still. He didn't have any strength left in him. And so we put food on a plate when we come home. And he was so weak that he lifted up his head and he just smashed it right into the food, like hard, you know, pretty hard. And he just started eating right there. And we knew he would be okay after that. And anyway, he's our little little miracle boy, aren't you, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. Okay, well, let's do something else here. So, Amber, would you be interested in a psychic or mediumship course in like August or, let's see, August or October or November? I'm not sure when I'm working with this person right now. We're still figuring stuff out, but I'm just curious. It would be a $40 class, and it would be 2 days, a few hours each day, from what I'm understanding. And we would be talking about psychic development and how to activate that. We're glad he found a good home, too. I understand that it's a little bit kind of a difficult thing. It's a few months. Absolutely. Okay. So I'll try and get you on that list. Like I said, about $40, 2 days, and we would just be talking about it. And the guy that I'm working with, he's written books. He's written a book on mediumship that I'm currently reading now, and he'll be co-teaching with me. And he's good. He's really good. And you're learning from someone who he's also been a grief counselor as well. So you could learn from someone who's done the psychological side of mediumship as well. Anyway, he's good. He's really good, really compassionate, very giving person. So I'll work with him and we'll get that class. I'll let you know when it gets further cemented. Because right now we're thinking of working together on this one, and then we might do another class. Okay, so that was the other thing that we were going to talk about too, the GPS, that intuition GPS. The more we heal from the issues that we've talked about, you'll learn to trust yourself again. We've learned to shove that voice down because when we've done something with it, people have mocked us, or they've scorned us, or we've gotten in trouble. So we've learned to quiet down that voice inside of us. Eventually we learn what it looks like to, like I said, self-actualize, and we can focus on developing that inner trust more and more and more. And like he was talking about, I took one of his classes yesterday. He was talking about the medium that I'm talking about here. He said that mediumship is about being vulnerable, and it's about trust. It's about trust, but there's also that love factor and curiosity. Those are like the main things that make a really good medium. So if we can be really vulnerable, talk about things, these are actually traits of a very spiritual person. And a lot of times we go through these kinds of things in our life because we have very spiritual abilities. And the way we can express those abilities is through the way we know kind of who we are as spiritual people, is to kind of go through the hardships in the first place. If everything was handed to us on a silver plate, you know, let's bring the Kardashians into this because why not? But if everything was handed to us on a silver plate, we wouldn't develop these abilities, or we wouldn't understand pain and suffering. And pain and suffering are very good teachers to helping us to understand things. They provide us the lessons, right? But, yeah. So, I'll put you can sign up on my website if you want to, Amber. You can look at the website. You can sign up because there's an email thing. And as soon as things get ready, as soon as stuff starts moving, I'll email you um, to let you know kind of what the times are and stuff. And yeah, I think we'll be focusing on, I'm going to be teaching, he'll be teaching, and so there will be something good for you to pick up on that. But I would venture to say, given what's kind of happened in your life and the things you've been through, that there's a lot of psychic ability there. Again, though, we need to trust ourselves on this journey, and the first thing we need to do before we try to help anybody else is we need to help ourselves first. We've kind of depleted ourselves on other people so much that when it comes to self-love, we're like, ew, what's that? That's being self-obsessed. That's not right. I shouldn't spend any time on myself. And society has told us that that's the way to go. If we spend any time on ourselves, we're being a bad person, but it's actually the opposite. We need to be selfish with our time. We need to be selfish with kind of prioritizing us, because no one else will do it for us. So, but I'll hopefully add you as a possible maybe to that list. Like I said, go to the website, sign up. It doesn't cost anything. Right now, there's no money involved. It's just kind of getting an emailing list ready. So. But it's the empath part, I think, that we're talking about. It's so when we're talking about being an empath, you have these you have these feelings. You don't necessarily know what to feel about these feelings. You don't know what's real and what's not, because we've been told to doubt our voice, our inner voice. Because somewhere along the line, when we were younger, it made a parent or a brother or a friend feel unsafe because we were right about something. Something was going on. They didn't see it. It kind of spooked them out. There's something here with you. There definitely is. But we'll learn to trust that voice again. So I'll yeah, I'll add you as a possible maybe, and we get 10 people. If we get 10 people, I feel like that's a good place to start. There will be partner exercises too, on like using our psychic ability. Don't worry though, because it's not going to be like, we're going to be dealing with people that don't have a ton of experience, and so even new people coming in, you'll be able to understand things and just kind of experience that group. A lot of these people that are going to be practicing these spiritual abilities, some of them, you know, some of them are wounded, they have their wounds, but a lot of people are coming from a very gentle and kind place, and so it could be a place to connect with people too, just because this isn't necessarily our usual crowd, right? This is something where there's not a lot of, there's no drama, there's no this or that, it's just people connecting with spiritual abilities and trying to make them better. So there's a lot of good people on these kinds of things. You know, with everything, use caution, but I'm thinking it'll be good. Okay. Let's see here. Do you have any questions about it, Amber, or anything you're wondering about it? If not, that's okay too, Amber. If you don't have any questions, I understand it's kind of a big topic, so it can feel a little overwhelming. But it'll be something that'll be fun. I'll make sure it's fun. I'll make sure it'll be lighthearted. Just kind of a day or a weekend of connecting, and it'll be online. So yeah, don't worry about like. Then I feel like that would be good. This would be a good first step for you. And you can kind of feel the healing power of spirit too, which is very it's that unconditional love that we were talking about. You can sort of feel that too. There's a lot of energy with mediumship because I'm not connecting with or mediums aren't connecting with well this will be good then. This will be good. I'll mark you down then as interested because it's something that's I feel like everyone has a capability for it to an extent. Um, some people really don't, though. Some people really don't have it. But I do feel like the empathic people, the people that have had a hard time growing up, the people that feel and are sensitive and they really truly feel things, I feel like that's actually part of a gift. Because when I'm doing my mediumship, it's because I can feel. I've been hurt a lot. I've because I'm sensitive, but it's also helped me to get better spiritually. It's helped me to understand things in a more spiritual context. And so this would be to me turning that kind of pain into experience where that we can use it for wisdom. We can learn from it. And honestly speaking, the more we've been through, eventually the more we could help other people go through as well because we come bearing a sense of compassion because we've also been through it ourselves. So there's a lot of ways it kind of pays off, but that's what I'm seeing. So I feel like that would be a good match for you because you have that healing energy, but you also have this energy of like not knowing where to go with it, like you said, not knowing how to hone in on that. So I feel like we could do something with that. And so yeah, it'll be a weekend in August, or like I said, August, October, November. Um, when the time gets closer, I'll let you guys know, and it will be interesting. I've never done an online class before, so hopefully me and Brian can share some tips and notes with each other, and I can do that. Because for me, Amber, I learned all this through um, kind of through trial and error. I learned what resonated with me and what didn't on my spiritual journey because, let's see, 8 years ago, no, probably like 10 years ago, I didn't believe any of this stuff was real. I thought it was fake. I thought, people were out there making shit up. I was a skeptic. And I slowly discovered over time which paths to follow, which ones led me to more and more truth in the spiritual world. And I got to see things, I got to experience things. Thank you, Amber. Thank you. But it took time, it took practice, and I'm still learning. And um, never follow a spiritual teacher that thinks they've learned it. They've learned it all because I can tell you right now, they're just further in. They're further into the ego than they are of anything else. Because we're all students. But thank you, Amber, for your kind words. I appreciate that. But yeah, so that'll be good. That'll be fun. I know I really like the other guy too. I don't want to. Again, I don't want to say too much. It does look like it's going to happen, but he he does have health issues from time to time. So hopefully we can plan for it, and hopefully he's able to do it. But he does have some health issues from time to time, and I feel like that's part of the gift too. Sometimes you have mediumistic abilities, but you can have illnesses and you can get sick pretty easy. It seems like it seems like to balance out the spiritual side, there's like a something. It seems. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see what else we got here. Because we've talked about the class. Let me see what else we have here. So one of the other things here that I feel like is important too with sorry about my throat. With mediumship and with psychic ability is the immense amount that people can heal from these gifts, right? To me, it's a sacred gift, but it's also something that shouldn't be taken too seriously. So it's kind of like right there in the middle of like, it's a very human experience, right? Like the more open we are and with communication with ourselves or with other people, the better we can bring through spirit communication too. And a lot of times, spirit will use different ways. Yeah, I did. I did the general readings. They were at the very beginning. I started right at 8 this time, so I wasn't late. But yeah, I did. I did the general readings. Um, but with this the okay with mediumship, with the psychic ability, it's kind of being able to see another person's story and put the pieces together and understand their experience. Hi, Maxine. How are you doing? Because from that, we're able, like I said, we're able to piece together these experiences. Like someone, people say, if only I could be another person for a day, or if only I could change. Mediumship or psychic ability is as close, in my opinion, that we can get to that without going into a weird sci-fi world. How was your weekend, Maxine? Glad to hear it. I am doing good, Maxine. I was just telling Amber about a class me and another medium are going to be doing where we're going to be teaching mediumship and psychic ability, and it'd be $40 for 2 days, and it would be kind of an intensive. So I think it'd be 2 or 3 hours each day, and we'd be focusing on developing psychic and mediumship ability. I don't know if that's something you're into, but it would be in August or October or November because he's got an interesting schedule, so we kind of will fit it in when we can. Um, but yeah, that's what I was talking to Amber about in my weekend and how things are going today. Very good. Chef's kiss, so to speak. It's one of those things. I think we can get enough people interested in the class. I think with what I have now and everything else, but I do think it's a really interesting chance to learn. And the medium I'll be working with, he's done grief counseling as well in hospice, so he's been with the bereaved. He's gone through the grieving process himself multiple times. Anyway, someone very interesting to learn from. So I'll be excited to bring you guys that kind of experience. I said it'll be a little bit, but something to look forward to. But yeah, so you guys let me know if the classes would be anything interesting for you. I know Amber was interested, um, and we'll just go from there. I'm just trying to get the list built up now. You've been drawn to hospice for years. I imagine that takes courage to be in that kind of job. I can only imagine that is a very kind of beautifully difficult job, if that makes any sense. Very profound kind of differences. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's always an interesting spiritual journey. You learn a lot about yourself when you're developing mediumship or psychic ability. Um, it's fun. I would say, Maxine, when you feel ready, I mean, if you feel like it's calling to you, when you feel like it's time, I'd say go for it. If you've got that kind of energy to give, if you've got that kind of love to give, you know, we could use more people like you. Honestly, that's when you're ready. No rush, no pressure, but I feel like that would be something really good. Okay, so if you guys have any questions, we can address those. If not, we can just kind of do some story time, which I'm okay with. I'm always okay with story time. Or we can just, yeah, we can just chat. We can do whatever, but. Okay. Story time would be great. Awesome. Okay, so let's do some story time. Let me move some stuff over here. So, I'll tell you right now. Growing up for me was a little bit similar to, I feel like, a lot of other people growing up. I didn't have any, I had a few kind of weird experiences. I can think of a couple. But I didn't have anything that I would necessarily think of as being paranormal or anything like that. I did have experiences, looking back on it, that are paranormal, but when I was younger, I just thought it was kind of how life was. Um, and so I feel like I was about 27 or so when I discovered I could kind of do mediumship. I'd been doing energy healing for a while. Um, I'd been doing different modalities, different practices, but energy healing was something that I felt like I was good at. I felt like that was something that I could bring to the world. And then kind of one day, spontaneously, I woke up and I was able to do mediumship. I wish it was a story that sounded a lot better than just one day I woke up and I was able to do it, but that's literally how it happened. Um, I feel like these spontaneous things happen in the spiritual world, and for me, I was lucky enough to experience it. But I was so confident. I was so confident that I could do mediumship readings, um, and it came out of nowhere. I knew mediumship was a sacred thing. I knew that it was something that was to be taken with, respectfully and all that. I knew that, but a part of me unmistakably knew that I could do it, and I could do it well. Like, I was really good at it, even though I'd never done it before. And it kept inching me to go toward people that had lost someone and give them readings, with their permission, right? I would ask them if it would be okay if I read for them, and they would say yes or no, and I would listen to that. But I was able to do readings for people, and they were spot on. I was able to get names. I was able to get how they passed. I was able to get tons of details. Um, and it was funny that that's how the gift presented itself to me, right? But then, as time went on, my mediumship kind of started to slip, like where I couldn't access it anymore. It wasn't as effortless as it was before. I had to work harder and harder to try to get to that state, which is kind of a contradiction because in mediumship, you don't really work harder to get more results. Anyway, but it was like Spirit's way of giving me a sneak peek of what I could be capable of. So it was an interesting thing because I saw how good I could be if I went down this path. I saw how good it could be, but it was slowly going away, and now I'm rediscovering it now. I'm practicing now more, and I'm trying to get that ability built back up. But I got to see a preview of it. I got to see a sneak peek. So it kind of gets you going, right? There's been a lot of incidences where um, I used to have where I would say, "Oh, it was a coincidence that I got that stuff right." It was this, it was that. But eventually, when you start doing it enough times, you start being accurate and you start getting things. And I'm not doing this to brag. I'm just saying this is how it is. You start to believe yourself, and you start to believe that you actually do have something. And that was hard for me because I grew up being that people pleasing mentality and thinking I wasn't worth that much. And so to have something like this happen was a blessing in disguise, and it helped give me that sense of purpose. Um, it's different. It's different for everybody, but for me, that's how it presented itself. And generally, that feeling that I had that I could do mediumship, right? That feeling was what we would call like claircognizance, right? So claircognizance is just knowing, without a doubt, that you can do it. Like I'll be connecting with someone, and I will know this. I will know that they were 35, they were a woman, they passed of, it feels like they passed of stabbing pain, like in the stomach and the heart, like something kind of carried things forward. I'll know that there was a sister that's still alive. I'll know I was able to tune into all of this different kind of information, and now I'm relearning that, but it's interesting to see what you're capable of. And I feel like that wasn't just a glimpse of what I could do as a medium, that was a glimpse of what everyone could do if they applied themselves and more, right? Because we kind of can learn even more once we've been adept at it. So that was interesting. I got to walk on that very spiritual side of life, and from that, realized that things that I thought were impossible were in fact possible, but it presented itself in such a way that it almost didn't feel like it was me doing it. It almost didn't feel like it was my energy doing that. And I feel like something else at that point in time was guiding me towards that kind of experience. Because around that same time, I'd been going through different changes. I tried different, let's say, different psychoactives, LSD, mushrooms, and then I eventually tried ayahuasca. I tried these different things to try and expand my mind, to try to understand who I was as a person. Because being that male energy that doesn't have emotions, like back then, it was really hard for me to express myself emotionally, and all of that stuff helped open me up. And when it did, it made it so that my mediumship could be better, but it also made it so that I had to go back and fill in the gaps myself. Because if I'm relying on substances completely to help with that, then I'm kind of missing the point, right? So it's interesting. It's an interesting kind of journey or approach, and every person's story in spirituality and building up that, it's incredibly fascinating. And do you guys want some books on the topic that I can recommend? Like, is anyone? Are you guys really interested in this stuff? I'm just kind of trying to gauge the room here. And I just like the company, you guys, honestly. Just being able to talk, having you guys here, whether you're paying or not, right? I just want to have people I can talk to, because that's the part of this work that I enjoy, is talking to people and just, communicating, having something there, right? I'm an introverted person, and so this for me is socializing. Okay, so Maxine said yes, so I will show you some books here. Let me wheel myself on over and take a gander for you. Hold on. You'll notice we have this bookcase right here. And on this bookcase, we have all sorts of books. What's that, buddy? Oh, well. Let's see what we got here. So Amber, I woke up. I didn't have the details come to me. It was like I woke up and I knew I could do it, but I needed to find someone to connect with first, if that makes any sense. I woke up, I knew I could do it, but I had to find someone to connect with first to prove to myself that I could do it. But with how confident I was, and out of nowhere, if you guys have known me, I'm not that kind of confident person, but I was like a rock star. My confidence was to a level that was absurd over something I'd never done before, and that's not like me, right? That's not like me at all. And so it was very, very fascinating. It was, I think, Spirit's way of working through me, and it's kind of hard to put words to it. Not everyone's going to have that experience, but it's been common enough that what I went through, apparently to other mediums and psychics, seems to be something that happens. So it's not necessarily rare, but it is fascinating. I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, I'll give you the books here, so you guys can get these on Amazon, or you can, I mean, if you want, I'll just show them to you. No pressure to buy anything. I don't make money from this anyway. I'm just showing you guys the books that I like. So let's do this. All right. So these ones are the books that I'll kind of be talking about here. All of these are good. This one still has the bookmark in it because I was rereading it again. Something distracted me, but I was rereading this one again. So the Mechanics of Receiving Spirit Communication, Stephen A. Herman. Okay. There he is on the back there. And I actually, so I read his book, and then I reached out to him and I did a mediumship reading with him. Very good, very good. And his mediumship mastery book, very good as well. He's very good. He's someone that I think definitely knows what he's talking about. So then we have this: You Are Psychic: The Art of Clairvoyant Reading and Healing, by Deborah Lynn Katz. Okay. Any one of these books is going to be, I mean, if you're interested in psychic ability and developing this, it talks how to develop this as a skill. So when we're talking about developing this as a skill, these are the books we're talking about. It's not airy fairy and wimbly bimbly and wishful thinking. No, these are skills. These are techniques that we can learn and we can utilize and we can get better. So I want you guys to know that's what we're talking about. This one's funny. This one's funny. There actually is some pretty good useful information in this. The Complete Idiot's Guide to Communicating with Spirit. And I can tell you right now, I'm still a complete idiot, but I think I understood the gist of this book. This is a good book too. This is a good one too. But the other two are, in my opinion, better because there's more information. This one is good too, but it's, to me, it's a little more watered down. I love this book. This book right here I have recommended for so long. Hey Denise, how are you doing? Yeah, these are good books. These are really good books. And ways we can learn to develop. I haven't seen you for a while, Denise. How was your weekend? I'll put these back really quick. Trying to see what else we have here. Those are the ones I have. Those are the ones I have right now that I really like and I would really suggest. I have other ones back behind me. I feel like they were good. I don't remember them that well, so I'm not gonna recommend them because I don't remember. Sometimes when we're learning psychic information, we can be going way back in time. I've listened to some people talk about psychic ability and how to develop it from the 1930s and 40s. It's still pretty similar, but it's kind of jarring. It's different. But I haven't talked to John Edward. No. I have friends that have gone to see him and they've gotten a reading from him, but I have not talked to John Edward. Listened to him. I listened to one of his audiobooks and I like his style. He seems to have that empathic, compassionate medium vibe to me. And he's also been through loss with his own mother, I do believe. Um, Actually, yeah, I like John Edwards' approach. Just haven't had the chance to talk with him or work with him or anything like that. Maybe eventually. I'm always up for that. I did I inadvertently worked with James Van Prague a teeny bit. I reviewed a course. I got a course for free from him, and I got to review it, and that's on my channel somewhere. If you type in James Van Prague course review, and he's good too. I don't mind James Van Prague, but for me he's like where we start on that journey. And then I feel like these other books and stuff that I'm talking about are more advanced kind of concepts built off of sort of what he's already talked about. Um, yeah. But James Van Prague is good, and John Edwards seems. I've never taken his. I think he has a course where he teaches it too. But that's definitely something that I think is kind of like how would I put this? The way to tell if a medium is going to be a good teacher to you is to have a reading done from them. I've heard that before. And that's a really good way to see if you could work with that person or if they're actually any good, right? So that's a way that we can work with people. Um, I'm still learning. Thank you, Denise. I appreciate that. I'm trying my best, but we do have a good following of people that are just very, very sweet, good people. So I love it. I love being able to come on here and to talk to you guys and just kind of be a part of your life, even if it's in some small way. I do like that I get to do that. But I'm thinking of, I'm still doing my other videos, Denise, but I post them on Patreon. I've got one video up so far, how to feel energy. I'm going to put other videos up too that are Patreon videos, but that's something that I'll be posting on with non-live, non-YouTube live videos. So if you guys are interested in me talking about other things, you guys can look on my Patreon and sign up. Even the lowest subscription tier, you guys get access to everything. So almost everything. No, you'll have to check it out anyway. But and Denise, we're also getting ready to launch a class. I'm going to be working with another medium. We're going to launch a class together, and so it'll be me and him teaching you guys. Yes, I do private readings, Maxine. I definitely do private readings. You can take a look through my website if that's something you're interested in. We could do a private reading that way. I understand putting everything out on here, that might not be some people's forte, but I definitely do private readings just in case people don't like this format. But yeah, me and this other medium, we're going to do a workshop or we're going to do a Zoom class, like a Zoom call thing in either August, October, or November. And it'll be $40. I'm thinking $40. And it'll be 2 days, and it'll be kind of an intensive. So I think it's going to be 2 or 3 hours one day and then 2 or 3 hours the next day. And I'm wanting to do partner exercises. And when we do partner exercises, we'll be focusing on developing those abilities further. So I'm going to be taking... Awesome. Thank you, Maxine. I'm going to be taking you guys through that kind of journey where me and him can guide you through that journey towards discovering that spiritual voice. Like I said, he's really good. I don't want to say anything else. He should be working with us, but I just don't want to jinx it yet. That's why I'm not saying his name, but you guys will really like him. He's good. He's really good. I had a reading from him. He did it completely free. I called him up. I was wondering about a question on mediumship. Things happened where I think he felt guilty because I messaged him and then he didn't respond for about 2 or 3 weeks. And then I messaged him again and he didn't respond for about a week after that. And he said, "Here's my number. Just message me on here." And then So I called him. I had a question. He wanted to do a call, and he just did an impromptu reading right there on me, and he broke things down in a way that, I mean, he hit on some stuff. He was incredibly good, incredibly insightful, and yeah, you get to see. He would hate me saying this. I feel like he's a master at work, but you get to see that. So, and he's doing a demonstration to start the class off with, is what he wants to do. So, again, fingers crossed. Hopefully, we can have all that happen. But I'm excited. I'm really excited to have you guys work with him because he's a mentor to me. He's someone I really look up to. So, anyway, we will get that going. Awesome. And Denise is one of the first ones that signed up for the class a while ago. I know I keep saying I'm going to do it, but we really are pushing forward. We're just going to be discussing different angles, different ways that mediumship can be used, different kinds of principles, and we'll be, of course, talking about building up the skills and stuff like that. So, yeah. Because there's several different forms. I think Denise knows a few of the forms of mediumship, but there's more forms. And as time goes on, we can discuss those in the classes too. But I want it to be something where we can sort of take this journey to sort of a next level, so to speak. So I may do something where it's a monthly thing, kind of like how Patreon is. You pay monthly to do something. I might do something where we do monthly classes. So Allie is the dog's name. She's are you talking to? If you're talking to me, I have a dog named Allie. If you're not talking to me, I still have a dog named Allie. And I'm wondering who you're talking to, but yes, Allie, she's a good one. My cat's right here next to me, if you're wondering what the noises are. He's trying to break Baby Yoda's neck, which is just so adorable. He has a little toy of Baby Yoda, so yeah. But I might do a monthly class, or I might do maybe one class every 2 weeks. Okay. We've got you, Denise, and Amber's interested. Yeah, we have a kitty too. And then we have Liz that's interested. We've got enough people that when we start doing this, I think we'll be able to really get some good students. And the reason why we need the students is because of the partner exercises. If there's only 4 of you in the class, it doesn't give us a lot of opportunities to grow. But if there's 10 or 12 or 20, it gives us opportunity to grow. It gives us a way we can practice with multiple people. We can learn different things. We can understand our own mediumistic abilities better. So it's going to be fun. Talking about the principles of mediumship, talking about the ways mediumship works, how it can be used, what it can be used for. And I've already got slides from when I was teaching physical classes, because I haven't done an online class yet, but I'm ready. I think I'm ready. I think I can handle it. I appreciate that, Denise. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's. I think it'll be fun. It'll be really cool. And we'll get to meet like-minded people. We'll get to kind of introduce. We'll get to put faces with everybody. We'll get to kind of, because I've been kind of building up this audience online for. It's been years, but I've been more active. I've been much more active lately, so I think that it'll be good to put faces to people, personalities, and get to learn other people's stories in an environment that's very safe. Because when we're practicing mediumship, there's no pressure. No one's paid you to do a reading for them. It's kind of like we're practicing. Yeah. So we're doing just what we need to do. But yeah, so it'll be good, and we'll focus. It'll be on a weekend. I'm thinking is when we'll do the classes. I don't know if they'll be recorded after. Um, Something weird out of the corner of my eye. Sorry about that. I don't know if they'll be recorded after, or if they'll be like what he's wanting to do. But if we can do recordings after, I think that. And when I say recordings, I don't mean recording you guys doing your practice rounds. That won't ever be recorded ever. That's your private thing to do with the other person. But the opening part of it might be recorded, which is just us talking about the principles of mediumship and trying to get that out there. But $40 for 2 days, it won't be too bad. Um, I wanted to lower the price just because it's not going to be a 6-week course. It's only going to be 2 days, so it should work out still though pretty good. I think we can teach everything we need to teach in 2 days. Clair hearing. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we can talk about that. So that is known as clair audience, right? Clair meaning clair from French meaning clear hearing. So generally we have we have the physical attributes, and we think that they branch out into the psychic attributes. I was reading a book talks about that being the other way around, having clair abilities that branch out and turn into physical abilities. So our original abilities were the clair abilities, which I do believe, but we've been told to focus only on the physical world and seeing, hearing, and all that stuff. So, but clair hearing is something that I feel like is more of a rare ability, because hearing spirit, you can get really accurate detail. When we hear spirit, we can get accuracy. Seeing things, you would think seeing would be the best one, but you have to see something and then you still have to interpret it. When we have clear hearing, we don't have to interpret anything because it's already been said. It's kind of like, oh, and you can kind of just take it at face value. But that's an ability that I think is really cool. That's an interesting one, and I'll have that happen sometimes too. Um, Actually, the other day, maybe I shouldn't tell you that story. Just there's interesting things that happen with the Claires, and yeah. The other day, I woke up to the sound of someone, a man, right? A man screaming in my ear. Um, that was interesting, but my first response when I woke up wasn't necessarily panic. I was concerned, and then the more I thought about it, I felt panicked about the fact that that happened. But when it was actually happening, I felt a sense of like, it just felt a sense of like uneasiness, but not necessarily fear. So that was interesting. And then I've had experiences where um, there was the heck is it's nothing paranormal in here. It looks like a spider, but then it kind of flies around, and that scares me more than anything. Flying spiders. That no, thank you, please. But what was it? So with these abilities, these different abilities, we can have different experiences. The more open we are, the more we can give experiences to people. I mean, that one goes without saying. But when we allow all forms of communication to come in and we're not necessarily guiding spirit to use just one, it makes it so that we can focus more. So that's why opening up our clairs and doing kind of what's called unfoldment or development in mediumship, that's incredibly important for us to focus on, because we have to allow our gifts time to grow. But a lot of times we'll say, I only want this information from spirit and I want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to have anything else. I just want to have it this way. And that limits our communication with the spirit world, because we're saying, okay, spirit, come through in this way. And it's kind of like we're barking commands at spirit. And that's obviously, I don't have to tell you guys, that doesn't sound like a good thing to do. Nothing bad will happen, but it will limit your information, because we're becoming insistent on getting something, and we're not allowing that love, that curiosity, that vulnerability to actually let us connect mediumistically, because that's how we connect mediumistically. As hokey as it sounds, it is that love, it is that feeling, and that brings in more energy, more spirit, more flow for us to work with. But that takes time to work with that. The vulnerability, the three things we need for mediumship more than anything else. We need vulnerability, okay? We need curiosity, and then we need love. Those are the three things. See, that's one too. That's one too, Denise. So that's another clair hearing or clairaudient. That's another kind of example. And that will happen. That will happen sometimes, and Spirit's trying to give us a message. Things are trying to kind of come forth and unfold. And the other day I saw the other day for me, I saw a hand. So the way my room is structured is like there's a little bit of like you come into my room and there's like a kind of like a lip to the wall that's about this long. And then you come into my room and then there's like my room, right? And I saw a spirit reach around my room and put its hand on the wall, like it was trying to come in, trying to like sneak in or something. And I had to tell it to leave because the way it was trying to come in was interesting. But it's fascinating when there's these spirits, when there's these different kinds of things that you can see. And for the longest time, I never had experiences like this happen. But then as I opened up more and more to this kind of world, it's not super common. It's not super commonplace, but every now and again there is a spirit that just kind of hangs around, and I can see a little bit of, and I can understand a little bit of, and it is fascinating because you're dealing with these beings that are, well, they're disincarnate, right? They don't have a body, so it's very fascinating. So yeah, hopefully that helps explain that. Maxine says, oh, okay, that makes sense. Wow. Well, thank you, Maxine. I appreciate that. That's something I always want it to make sense. That's why I always ask, does it make sense, or does it, because when we're focusing on the mediumistic side, there is a tendency to think that it's this great mystical power and that only a few people have it. But every one of us, in my opinion, has the ability or the capability to develop it, but it's how far we can go with it. Like, everyone has the capability to play the piano, but are you going to be a concert pianist, right? Are you going to be someone who goes to concerts and performs and is in an orchestra? Probably not. Likewise with mediumship, there are people that will exceed very, very well, and then there's people that will get some ability, and then there's people that don't really have any ability. But until we explore that and understand it, we don't know. But odds are, if we feel a calling to this, we have a tendency to express mediumship. We have a tendency to be able to express mediumship. And so that's why we're called to it. And generally, people that are called to this have endured forms of trauma. We've endured different kinds of things that have happened in our life. And the spiritual gift, to me, these spiritual gifts, that's kind of what it is. I feel like pain is a very good teacher when it comes to learning spiritual lessons. And then from that, we can actually do mediumship, or we can do different things once we've learned to heal that pain and transmute that kind of energy. Yes, it's a focus. But here's the interesting thing. So I call psychic ability, I call it adult imagination. Okay? Adult imagination to me is being able to use our imagination in a way that's not for a fantasy world like when we were children. But that's also why we have to heal our childhood wounds, is because psychic ability and mediumship ability is tied to the imagination. And so when we heal our childhood, when we heal our wounds that have happened when we were younger, we become better mediums and psychics because we're activating that part of ourselves again. We're enabling that childlike wonder, that childlike curiosity, and that's going to carry us forward in our spiritual gifts. That's something that's hugely, hugely important. So that's why on this channel I focus a lot on healing the wounded inner child. And not in a way that it's like, get better, damn it, get better, you wounded child, but in a way that's gentle and in a way that's kind of in our own time and taking our time with it. So, and you're very welcome, Maxine. So hopefully what I'm saying resonates. It seems like it's resonating okay, so good. Good. Do you guys have any questions or a story of your own or anything? It's definitely something that, well, it's interesting because I have a book behind me that talks about the Siddhis, and I've mentioned that before, and I'm putting emphasis when I say it because otherwise it sounds like I'm saying cities, like as in something bigger than a town. No, Siddhis. Again, that's why I'm putting emphasis on it. And those are fascinating, but that's where I think mediumship comes from. I do believe mediumship comes from these abilities. We can talk a little bit about that. We're not having any more questions come in, so we can kind of just do story time. You guys let me know if you want me to keep going, or because these ones, this is kind of interesting stuff. And generally speaking, there's different forms of psychic ability, and I've talked about this before. Awesome, Maxine. Cool. Okay. So we've talked about this before on the channel. So we have the divine feminine, and then we have the divine masculine. Okay? A lot of people have talked about that, but there is divine feminine psychic ability, and then there's divine masculine psychic ability. This doesn't mean that it's for men and women. When we're talking about divine feminine, divine masculine, each and every one of us has that inside of us. Or we should be striving to have that kind of balance. Okay? So when we're talking about this, we're focusing a lot on bringing attention to these different psychic abilities, and I'll tell you what they are. So the divine feminine is psychic ability that is subjective, meaning that you're usually the only one that experiences it. right? So it's subjective because no one else can encounter the same reality that you're experiencing. Divine masculine ability is objective, meaning that other people can look at that same psychic ability and they can see it too. So divine masculine would be like telekinesis, aerokinesis, being able to control the wind, being able to move things with your mind, things like that. So both of these are real, the divine masculine and the divine feminine. One day on the channel, if I feel like I can get it to go, I can show you guys some telekinesis. I can show you guys some different stuff. Nothing fantastic, nothing crazy, but I'll show you that it is possible. It is at least possible. And Alexis, yeah, I do believe that sounds right to me. If you clean, I never thought of it that way. It kind of sucks that you have to clean it like that, though, doesn't it? I'm trying to make a dad pun myself. It's not very good. But you have these different abilities that come into play, and the divine masculine is the objective, the divine feminine is the subjective, and then Maxine, I think, just posted Venus and Saturn. So there's dualities here. I do believe our job is to unite these two psychic abilities together. Some of us have more of the masculine, some of us have more of the feminine, but awesome, Denise, awesome. And thank you, Alexis, for subscribing. I appreciate that, my friend. I had one of those the other day. I had a thought like that the other day. That's a good one, too. Apartments, if they're stuck together. These are good. These are really good. I mean, yeah, I enjoyed that. Yeah, you think they'd be called togetherments. Ugh, that sounds a lot worse. That sounds a lot worse. Let's go rent it together. Anyway. Ugh. But, and there's different ways then we're starting to get into some different territory. Psychic ability is really interesting because the harder we try to use it, the harder we try to use psychic ability, the easier it is for us to not get information. We kind of have to let things go. And when I talk about the adult imagination, what I'm talking about is, thank you, Alexis. I appreciate that. I grew it myself. It's all real. I'll stop. Okay. But when we're focusing on developing psychic ability, we have to let go of expectation or outcome because that ruins development. For instance, if I say I want to be a medium or I want to be a psychic like so and so, I'm immediately limiting how I express my psychic ability because it might be very different. Depending on whatever my interests are, my psychic ability will be giving that as messages to the people I'm talking with. And it's my job to sort of decode that information, so to speak. Denise, you understand what I'm talking about when I'm mentioning that. There you go. And you can let go and let source, or let go and let universe. Some people, and I'm not saying this as a thing, Denise, some people are uncomfortable with the God part, so they use different words, but I understand where you're coming from, and to me it's all similar energy. Right? that one I've seen before, Alexis. The free trial though really gets you hooked in. It does. Awesome. It's 12:12 for me, so that's cool too. So now I was talking about the Siddhis, K-S-I-D-D-H-I-S. Okay, these are what are called the psychic perfections. So it's basically the ultimate realization of psychic ability, right? No, no, Denise, you're good. You're so good. You don't worry about that. I've been paying more attention to that, and so I'm saying it like that. You did nothing wrong. You're fine. You're fine. I was just saying that as a thing here because some people get uncomfortable with it. But you're fine. You're fine, Denise. You're so good. Don't worry about that. God, universe, source, whatever you want to use. I was just saying it like it can be called something else too. I wasn't calling you out. So I was just saying it like it can, yeah. Okay, so the siddhis, the psychic perfections, these are done through generally a guru. Um, when they kind of achieve, it's not necessarily enlightenment, but it's a form, it's leading to enlightenment, which is interesting because uh, Buddha talks about something where he says, when you're on the road to enlightenment, you will be given great spiritual gifts. And he calls these the great distractions. Because these spiritual gifts, as soon as you start messing with them, as soon as you start playing with them, you're more trapped in the illusion of life. And so Buddha wants us to not be trapped in that kind of thing, but they give us these gifts as kind of like a last temptation before we hit that enlightenment stage, which is interesting. That one, yeah, that one's a little more interesting that they listed the coronaviruses under the definitions of consciousness, the alpha, beta, delta, and theta, and I think gamma too. It's interesting that there's the different variances and they talk about consciousness. And COVID, the coronavirus, is from the sun, originated from the sun. There could be some similarities there. There could be something going on there. But, yeah, so something to think about. These siddhis, these spiritual abilities, they're really fascinating. They're really interesting. But it's all kind of an illusion and it's all something we're building up to. Um, and with psychic ability, we just have to be able to let our soul kind of express itself in whatever way that looks like. And hopefully through the classes that I'll be offering, like I said, August, October, November, um, hopefully around that time, we can get something really good worked up for you guys so that you guys can have fun with that. How did it go, Alexis? The shot. Are you feeling okay? Some people experience symptoms with the second one and not so much with the first. Yeah, it technically is the next day, isn't it? I guess it is the next day. Whenever you're in, Denise. Okay, perfect. I've got you on the mailing list, so emailing list, so I'll get that out there. There's there was one medium I've talked about before, but his name was Gordon Higginson, and he was able to deliver messages to. This was in the 1960s, 1970s. I'm glad you feel good, Alexis. I'm glad because some people say it's pretty rough. Some people say it's rougher than the virus, so that's interesting how that works. Um, But so his name's Gordon Higginson. He did mediumship and he did physical mediumship as well, which is something that I've talked about a little bit. Physical mediums are very rare. Usually, I personally don't think they're that rare, but I think the environment in which they are kind of developed, I think that's rare. I think the environment is rare, and so, ergo, people think that physical mediums are rare. I just think it's the environment and the conditions of it. But regardless, um, but he was able to give addresses where people lived and how they were connected to each other. So he would mention an address and then he would say these people were related or these people were next door neighbors. He was able to put this town kind of together. But then he was also able to do something else. He could give a message to one person. He would be giving a message to one person, and then Spirit would be using his hand to write another message to another person. So when he was done talking to this person, he would immediately have another message for this person. And he wouldn't even look at the paper. He would just be writing. It's crazy stuff. If you pour ice water on a hot dog, does it become a chili dog? I do believe it does. In every sense of the word. That it might become a shrinky dink and not necessarily a chili dog. But either way, I can see where you're going with that one. I had one of these the other day. I thought of one of these the other day, and I cannot remember it. I need to have a couple of these just ready to go. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyway. But I don't think so, Alexis. My personal opinion, no. I don't feel. I think there's people that are like zombies, but the Walking Dead kind of zombies, I really hope aren't real, because if so, that is terrifying. I don't feel like there's any merit to that. I've actually, if we talk about the zombies just for a second, even though that probably was just a funny question, just something funny, I don't get humor sometimes, and so we're just gonna go into it. Uh, so zombies, right? So zombies right here, I don't feel like they could be real because after someone has, passed on, uh, the bones stiffen up through rigor mortis and then it lets go, but the tissue starts to dissolve. The tissue connecting things starts to dissolve, and so even if a zombie was able to walk around for a second, the whole outbreak would be over in like a couple weeks. Alexis, you have a good point there. You're going very meta on me right now, trying to. Okay, everything's real and nothing's real. We can go from that approach. If everything is real and nothing's real, then what is reality, right? That kind of goes into some deeper stuff too, but that's very smart thinking, Alexis. You're on the ball. They'd have to exist in some context for us to be able to speak of them. Hmm. Hmm. Anyway, their tissue would dissolve. Yes. So that's why we talk about healing the childhood, because the childhood is where we were using our imagination. Okay, Alexis. So the childhood was where we were healing our imagination. Like when I was talking about that, we're in like a hypnotized state until we're about 7 years old. If you kind of think about it, when we were around that age, we acted very different. And then around 7 or 8, we become very self conscious and we're aware that we're alive and we're in bodies. And so there's kind of like a hypnotic stage in our life, and our imagination is very much more real during that time. And depending on how our imagination was handled by adults, we either have a healthy imagination or we have one that has kind of, it's off in the closet somewhere. And we have to find it. We have to go and we have to find our imagination again. But when we find that, we can use that for psychic ability. For instance, some psychics use their imagination as a way to use as like a vehicle for their readings. James Van Praagh talked about in one of his kind of, he talked about using the imagination, he talked about doing this, but he would imagine kind of like a Paul Bunyan sort of thing, and he would let spirit kind of walk on this map, all Paul Bunyan style, like super big footsteps, and it would walk over these, like the United States or wherever. And wherever it stopped, he would know that that's where that spirit lived or where they passed. And so wherever his imagination would have this stop, he would know that the spirit died in Massachusetts or that the spirit, did this or this in this state. And so there's ways we can use the imagination as a vehicle to help guide us towards answers on these questions. But the imagination and that childlike curiosity, that's what gives us the psychic ability. The more you cut me, the bigger I grow. What am I? My toenails, right? No, that's not it. Let's see. I feel like I've heard this one before. The more you cut me, the bigger I grow. But yeah, I'm not sure on that one, Alexis. That's a stumper. I'll still say my toenails, though. That sounds like the best answer. Um, but yeah, the imagination and the adult imagination, because we're talking about imagination, but it's not leading us into a fantasy world. We're talking about imagination being the canvas, and then we're letting spirit kind of be the paintbrush. And so, hello, Maria. Oh, and I'm actually in high school. Awesome, Alexis. Hopefully, high school is going well. Or wait, you're out for the summer. Hopefully, it has been going well. But yeah, so that's part of it. The adult, the thank you, Maxine. Where are you coming? So that you're very welcome. You're very welcome, Maxine. So Alexis, I'm just making sure you're not calling me an a-hole. You're saying that a hole is the answer to the riddle. Am I correct in assuming that? But yeah, so it takes time to learn these principles, and under the right mentor, I'm still learning, I'm still growing. But under the right mentor, under the right conditions, we can grow quicker, we can grow faster, and we can understand our abilities more because we have someone who can see those abilities. Okay, okay. So okay, Alexis, I thought because I was thinking a hole as well for the for the thing, but then I read it and you said the more you cut, the bigger I grow. What am I? Wouldn't it be the more you take away from me, the bigger I get? Isn't that the riddle for the hole? The more you take from me, the bigger I get. Right? Because you're digging the hole, you're taking out stuff. It's kind of like you're leaving absence instead of taking away something. If that makes any sense. Anyway. Um, yeah, so any questions regarding that or anything you guys are wondering about? Again, when they're questions for the group, this doesn't apply. If they're group questions, you guys are just wondering about group things that everyone else can, you know, then if everyone else can benefit, No, Alexis, you're fine. You didn't offend me. You did not offend me. You're good. I was just saying because I read it and I was thinking. I thought a hole at first, and I was like, no, but I guess it could be a hole too. I mean, you're good. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Sorry if I offended you. If I tend to fixate on things that probably that's probably not the point. But happy to have you on the channel regardless. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see what time is it. Well, does anyone any questions? Anything going on that way? Mm, that's a tough one, Denise. Um, Either way, there's lessons here to learn. But his go for him, Alexis. You can post some more riddles if you want to. Um, when it comes to saying if he's seeing something or not, I feel like the best thing for him to do is to be true to himself. If he's passionate about it, if he wants to talk about it, let him talk about it. Either way, there's going to be lessons that come from this. But him hiding who he is or his authenticity to himself, I don't feel like is going to help him grow. In fact, it'll show him that it's something that needs to be closeted and feared instead of something that needs to be embraced. And so if he has a parent, mm, so if he has a parent that understands what's going on and what can happen, that's going to work a lot more for him and possibly help him grow stronger as a medium instead of having to unlearn a bunch of things later on. We don't want him to be ashamed of his gift. We want him to embrace it. And so, to me, the way we embrace it is we show that it in no way is a deficiency in his character because it's not. It's actually something that can help him later on in life. And maybe we can say other people might not understand this gift, but you have something special. And we can talk, in that kind of sense. But that to me would be I would say always stay close to the truth and kind of tell people how you see stuff, tell people what's going on in that way. Kids may not understand, some kids will, you know, but ultimately we don't want to stifle his sense of self-expression or growth in any way. So we want him to embrace this. We want him to understand that it's nothing to be scared of. It's actually something that's very, very beneficial, and that there's some good out of it, right? What do you think, Denise? How does that sound to you? And it's not meant for them to understand. A lot of times when a kid has these kinds of abilities, they're seeing stuff the other kids can't quite comprehend or see or understand, and that's kind of how it is. Sometimes it's lonely for the kid, but I think having a parent or having someone that can guide them through this process is going to be good. We just don't want to show that there's shame or that there's fear around this gift. Other people may not understand it, and maybe he'll get picked on. Maybe things could happen in school, but ultimately, we want him to know that he can be himself, because this is important for us with spiritual ability. I don't feel like stifling it's going to help. Mm. If he feels safe talking about this with somebody, say, okay, talk about it with somebody. If you feel like that person's safe, talk to them about this. But if you don't feel like they're safe, maybe have this be your superpower. Have this be your secret power, kind of a thing. For now, because you're still developing it, because you're still learning. Make it into something that's not scary, but it's fun, and it's an interactive kind of ability and a way that you can bond with him, and not give him the same hangups that we're working through with our mediumship, because we can make someone that doesn't have to unlearn a bunch of stuff when they get older. So yeah, the unlearning part is the hard part. Absolutely, that to me that's the hardest. I truly do believe that we're the universe expressing itself through different means. Every one of us is the universe expressing itself. And it's kind of like when we have these spiritual moments, when we have these awakenings, the universe is playing hide and seek with itself, and it just found itself. And it squeals with delight at the fact that it gets to experience itself in these different ways. And so that's what I'm feeling here. That's good. You suggested he could talk to you about everything. Perfect. So that's perfect. Be a rock that he can come to, but also during this time, there will be things he'll want to share and things he doesn't want to share. And as long as you let that kind of play out the way it needs to, you let him feel that he's supported and he's loved and he's taken care of, then you're good. I feel like you're good. Um, but have it be that he's 9 years old. He's going to be getting older. He's going to be coming into a sense of self. If he makes mistakes, if he says he has this or this is going on, he tells people his ability, things are going on that way. That's kind of par for the course. All of us do that kind of thing. He's going to be coming into his own self. So, um, yeah. But that's part of this journey. Every single person that I know that's developed as a medium or as a psychic or as anything. And when I say a medium or a psychic, I mean someone who uses these gifts on a regular basis. I don't mean a professional medium or a psychic necessarily. Being shy is a superpower that I can vibe with that. You're welcome, Denise. You're very welcome. Happy if I could help in any way. But I do agree. Being shy kind of that can be one of the best superpowers because then we don't get in a lot of weird trouble. A lot of weird things don't happen if we're shy, or they do happen. Either way. Keep keep teaching them, Maxine, Denise. Keep teaching them on this road. I do believe they'll develop gifts that we won't have. Claircognizance is supposedly a new psychic ability that wasn't always around. And so I do think that as time goes on, the Earth will produce more and more of these psychics, and they'll be more and more powerful, kind of like evolution, but it'll be psychic evolution or spiritual evolution. And I feel like it will speed up over time, and it will speed up quickly, generationally. I do feel like it will speed up. And some of us have ancestors that were psychics, that were witches, that were mediums, whatever you want to call it, but they were very deeply spiritual. And now I feel like some of that is passing on to our children or to us. Kind of a I don't think atavistic is a word, but an atavism is a trait. Generally it's defined as like a more physical trait. But an atavism is a trait that was in an ancestor but hasn't been in our DNA, like in our recent ancestry, but it was from like a way back ancestor. So like someone can be born with with a really big nose, or someone can be born with really big ears, but no one in the family, even the great grandma, didn't have big ears, but maybe the great 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 grandma did. So genes can work that way. I do believe psychic ability works the same way. It can skip generations, but then when it comes in, it can be profound. And if it's not tampered with, if the child isn't told no, that's impossible, it can really grow into a beautiful, beautiful gift. But you have to look at raising a child that has special abilities, and that can be a challenge in its own. But it's also beautiful because it's a sacred journey as well. Touching the divine with your child is something that's incredibly profound. Hmm. Alexis, I would say your shadow. Your shadow is harder to catch the faster you run. Or yourself. Uh, a fart. No, they don't. They don't talk about it. My end goal for this channel, and we're in the very baby stages now, I want to create a psychic institute. I want to create a psychic school that people can go to and learn these abilities, but it's going to take some time and some money, and it's just a pipe dream at this point, but it's something, we can focus on in the future. A school that talks about psychology. It talks about all the things like psychology, psychic development, mediumship, energy healing, remote viewing, astral projection, all of that stuff. But it's, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Your breath. Hmm. Damn. I didn't see that one. Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one, Alexis. I didn't even see that one. But yeah. So, is there any more questions? Anything going on, you guys? Oh. If you believe in yourself, you can do it. I believe that. I do believe that. Absolutely. Wise words. There was one that Dimitri Martin came up with. He was or still is a comedian. I'm not really sure, but it was the paradoxosaur. If you don't believe in it, it exists, but the moment you believe in it, it doesn't exist anymore. It was stupid, but when I was full of love. Breathe it in. Absolutely, absolutely. All of it is. That's kind of what this whole thing operates off of. I do believe psychic ability operates off of quantum energy. And I do believe quantum is just another way of saying, yeah. You're going into 10th grade, Alexis? Awesome. So you'll be a sophomore. hopefully school is going okay. I'm hoping wearing masks and doing all that isn't too much for you. Because I didn't have to go to school with that, and I can only imagine that that's difficult. That's, yeah. High school is always a very tentative time. Is that the word? Do you find that you meet new guides throughout your life? I recently did, going through a new chapter in my life, big changes. Yes, I do believe that 100%. You will have some guides that will only be there for you for what feels like a few minutes or maybe an hour. And then you'll have some guides that are there with you for a lifetime, and then you'll have some guides that change like the seasons. And so it really just depends on what guide is needed in your life at that time, on if we've outgrown a certain guide, things like that. But that is definitely, and like Maxine said, that's an awesome question. That's an awesome question because this right here is, and so okay, let's talk about this. So let's talk about human conventions, how humans are with different things. So what do humans do better than any other kind of mammal on the planet? Okay, we royally mess up. No, I'm just kidding. We do though. We mess up a lot, and that's good. Makes for some good jokes. But what else? Okay, what else we do is we categorize things. Okay, when we categorize something or we put a label on it, it satisfies our ego because our ego no longer has to be guessing on what the heck this thing is, or if we're better than it or not, or whatever. So with a guide, okay, here's the interesting thing: guides come to us not necessarily through name conventions, which would be very convenient for the ego. When we're talking about psychic ability, guides come to us through an energetic signature, more than likely. Sometimes there's names attached too. But when we're talking about guides, they're usually going to have an energetic signature. Maybe you'll feel a tap on the shoulder when you're connecting with them, or maybe your third eye will tingle, or maybe you'll get dizzy. There can be different ways guides can present themselves to us, but generally they want to be known as an energetic signature. If you're a guide and you've been incarnated thousands and thousands of times, just being called Joe might not feel right because that's a very small facet of the jewel that is this guide. So instead of just giving you a small facet of who they are, they give you their whole presence through an energetic signature, and then we can feel that. And we can understand that. Names slow us down. I'm not saying you were asking for a name, Denise, but I am saying what I believe. I do believe names for guides do slow us down. They make it so that we're focused on what a name could be and it means nothing. To us it means something, but to the guide it doesn't. And so I kind of want to come from their perspective, right? Just like when I'm no longer on this earth, when I have passed on, my name won't necessarily mean anything anymore. I'll probably still be attached to it, but it won't mean anything. And the guide is kind of the same way. Like, what difference does it make? You know, so it's an interesting kind of concept. Does that help answer your questions, guys, or your Denise's question? But Maxine said it was a great question, so hopefully that helps answer that question. And again, guys, I'm still learning. I'm still growing. I do not have all the answers. This is what I believe to be true. If it does not resonate, please, my feelings will not be hurt. You guys can say I don't agree. That's fine. That is fine. Because this is a forum for discussion. I am not rigid. I'm not stuck to one belief system with this. I want to stay open so that in time I can keep adapting and keep learning. As soon as I say that I know how this works 100%, I've immediately blocked myself off from learning anything new. Okay, so we always want to be the student. We never want to think we know everything because then we become rigid. And as soon as we become rigid, we are no longer growing as spiritual people. Okay. Yes, I wanted to change my name here and there, and then I'm like, no, I love my name. Yeah, so But it's a convenient way to identify us on this planet, and that's about it, honestly. Um, but that, with the name comes identity. With identity comes the human condition and all of that stuff. So it's pretty involved. It's a pretty involved process. But yeah, so does that? I'm thinking that helps answer that question. Alexis, it's easy. Okay, I'll tell you the same thing I told my math teachers. What? I don't. Never was good at math, even if it's easy. Find the slope. The number 7 has a slope, right? So it's like 7 on its side, maybe? I don't know. It's easy for you because you probably know the answer. It's not so easy for me. But yeah, and another thing is, you guys, Maxine and Denise, one thing that I've heard a lot, I don't have any kids of my own, but I can imagine that it is very difficult at times. And our kids don't need us to be perfect. They just need us to be there. I love that, Maxine. Um, but yeah, we just need to be there for our kids. We just need to let them know that they can come to us, be there for them, and we don't have to be the perfect parent. And especially when we're raising a psychic child, that's difficult. That's hard because it's ground we don't exactly know what to do with yet. We're still learning. We're still trying to understand what that means. Um, but if we make mistakes, we show from an early age to our children that we're human, and we don't try and hide that. For the longest time, you guys, I really did think my dad was a superhero because he wouldn't let me in that he was vulnerable, right? And I didn't have that vulnerability kind of connection growing up, and so there was that disconnect. There was that kind of disconnect when I found that out. So let your children know that you don't have the answers. Let them know that you're faulted, and let them know that you're working on being human just as much as they are. I mean, that's another piece of wisdom there, but yeah. Well, whether you're a guy or not, welcome to the channel. As long as you're respectful, I think that's all I care is the respect. As long as people are respectful and nice to each other on my channel, I I love that. That's all I care about. And so I believe you're putting up some good vibes on the channel, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. It is 7. Okay. Perfect. I finally got one right. I couldn't catch my breath, but I did get that the slope is the 7. Okay. But I do think, you guys, I do think I'm getting ready to head off to Sleepy Byland. I want you guys to stay safe. I am live again at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I had to think for a second. I am getting tired. But I am live 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on Wednesdays and Fridays and Mondays. And 7 is great. I do agree. 7 is great. But I will see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. Everybody take care. Thank you guys for listening to me talk. This is my TED Talk, and goodbye. and have a good evening. Sleep great, you guys. I'll talk to you on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Toodaloo, my friends. You're very welcome, Maxine and Denise, Alexis, and